I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that reading. The other reading giveaway we are doing right now is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, how are you doing right now? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. Some things for us to pay attention to, okay? Some things for us to pay attention to during, some things for us to pay, as my throat chakra is getting all blocked up, some things to pay attention to as we're going through this period. Hopefully, things may be feeling like they're getting a little bit more productive during this retrograde cycle. The moon has moved out of Sagittarius. It is now in Capricorn. We are also very much getting closer and closer to that Aquarius full moon that we have coming up in just a few days. There's a couple of things we want to be very attentive to with energy that we're experiencing right now. I feel like this is an epiphany moon, right? It's working through, and it's a recognition and the understanding that when we feel fortified through our frustration, right? When we amplify and we allow for the context of not looking at frustration and letting it feel like an energetic burden, but allowing it the context in order to identify and recognize what it is that we're trying to do in different ways. What is on the other side of that? Energetic breakthrough points. And I love a full moon in Aquarius, because a full moon in Aquarius, and I got to stress this, the combination of working through all of this energy in retrograde, okay, with the full moon in Aquarius coming through as we're in Capricorn. And this is what I'm going to tell you right now. I don't hear anyone giving any slack to the Mercury retrograde right now, right? Because you have to understand, we keep on talking about this, that Mercury retrogrades are not just here to break things. They're here to help us understand what it is that we can refine upon, what we can fine tune, what we can do better, right? So, and again, especially in the realm of the emotions, because while we may be feeling a lot of frustration, right? A lot of frustration potentially coming out during this retrograde cycle. It's not ideal, right? It's not ideal. But again, a full moon in Aquarius says ideal is not found, it is made, right? And the ability to kind of work in that way holistically, I feel like to a certain extent, and again, with the Mercury retrograding in Leo, it's almost that call that asks us when we're feeling frustrated to think bigger than our problem, right? Because often frustration, right? And I mean, this is what we talk about. Often frustration is a matter of perspective, right? And that's the thing about it, right? And that's why sometimes being frustrated, it feels kind of good. And that's the thing we have to be conscientious about. That's what I was telling you about. That's what I was warning you about when we were going through some of that moon in Sagittarius, right? It feels good to be frustrated, because being frustrated sometimes allows the self to feel a little bit of energetic indulgence. But again, what does that Capricorn moon that we're experiencing help us to? Like it's the ability, it's the ability to, and I keep on hearing, it's like the way that we get over things is not the fact that we let them go. It's the ability to understand how we energetically work through something. And I want to tell you right now, this retrograde cycle, I am seeing energy potentially falling into separation. I am also seeing a lot of strong relationships that are coming together at this time. And I'm going to tell you the demarcation point for those relationships. We see that a lot of the energy right now is in separation, but working through temperance lessons. And it is the understanding, just as we saw that the last relationship cycle was going through magician lessons, right? Working through the space of being in one's authenticity. The energy that we see now is the identification point of mutual effort that allows the expanse of possibility. Now, I'm going to tell you this energy right now, and I was talking about this yesterday, is most difficult for energy deep within divine union. But before we get to that, let's start with the energy in separation, because I see a lot of different nuanced circumstances that may be potentially occurring in those modalities. I'm either seeing energy right now that is in separation, working on healing, with the understanding and the lesson that time does not heal things. Like that's what we see. Like that is the message we get with Neptune and Saturn, like crashing out together in retrograde. But Neptune and Saturn just retrograding together. And that's like, it has a lot to do with the fact you have to understand Neptune and Saturn are past energies, right? Neptune is the energetic memory bank. Saturn is the context of how we experience time. So Neptune and Saturn, we're in retrograde together. Like the message we receive is time doesn't heal things. The only way time heals something is by allowing us to be energetically forgetful. Okay, this is why, and that's why I'm going to tell you right now, if these are circumstances or situations where someone moved away from something and like was putting a clock to it, expecting that like something over the course of time, like another person gonna like just like allow something to let go, like we see even now Neptune and Saturn in retrograde. It's the like I would not be surprised if there's a lot of closure that's happening in around cycles around the audacity of situations and circumstances in the context of that nature, right? It's the context by which we recognize that we don't forget things, that we are able to identify and recognize what it is, but we're trying to change by taking the energetic accountability to put that mutual effort into it. So we see even now that I see at the same time, right? We've been seeing, and you can go and look at the cards that we've been pulling. You've noticed this if you've been following along the last few days, man. We've been getting a lot of counterpart energy. We've been getting a lot of counterpart energy in the cards. And it's been wild because the readings have been talking about counterpart, but also in the context of also seeing separation, right? It has to do with what one feels that one can work with. And I feel like, again, the beauty of the energy retrograding right now, and especially almost again, I feel like we keep on forgetting the fact that Pluto is also retrograding. It's not the observation of feeling the density or the enormity of feelings that we have around the situation, but navigating and recognizing the quality of those emotions, right? Because it's the observation that we often build big feelings in places that have hurt us. And that observation point of potentially recognizing what the healings are, like what the feelings are. It's funny I said healings, but it's like what the feelings are and whether what we're feeling is healthy. This is allowing the energy and separation to understand and identify what energetic direction that they feel that they are going towards. I'm going to tell you right now, for some energy and separation right now, there may be an observation of the audacity as it relates to past relationships that we're trying to heal something, not actually by putting effort to them, but hoping that the context of time would allow something to change. There may be something that's happening right now that's really fortifying the direction of energy and separation that is doing that work to heal from something in the past. The observation of something that has not necessarily changed, but the like the recognition of how similar it is to something that one is healing from. At the same time, I see a lot of new energetic relationships that are forming right now in separation. Potentially even energetic relationships that are forming in the context of articulating and observing, right, what one is recovering from, that pathwork of healing. the sense that we are energetically restored in those modalities, that we're able to articulate upon something and another person gets it, right? The feeling of shared audacity that allows for the context of mutual perspective that acts as the foundation of a strong, energetic, healthy relationship. So this could be some moments right now that this is happening. I've got some energy that that's happening singularly too. I've got some relationships that that's happening right now. And I've got some where there's a merging of those experiences. The articulation point of potentially even predicating the nature of an unhealthy connection, even so far as being able to anticipate an energetic return, not with the desire to effectively put the mutual effort in, but hoping that the context of time would allow for the absolution of something to return back into an unhealthy energetic cycle. Meanwhile, we see that for a lot of the energy moving deeper into divine union right now, we're talking specifically of a lot of those magician partnerships. The reason we're articulating these as magician partnerships is these were the relationships that were coming together from about the time that Mercury, that we had the solstice, up until the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. Now, for a lot of those relationships, we're seeing that the authenticity of the self was acting as the foundation of the healthy energetic connection. And what have we been seeing? And I'm going to tell you, last week they were going through it. Last week they were on the ropes, but I need to stress this. They were not on the ropes due to the connection or something going wrong in the connection, but due to the rightness of the connection. The observation of the mutual appreciation that allows a breakthrough in the context of being able to see something from the past with a deeper sense of clarity. And for a lot of those relationships, that immediate moment of being energetically rocked by something that one sees in the past, but feeling very riveted to the connection itself, it acts as, again, the lesson that this is why we need to be strong to be able to, in order to navigate a healthy relationship, because it's not like we forget things when we enter healthy relationship. I told you, Neptune and Saturn retrograding together. We remember things and we're able to bring new insight to them. So we see that for a lot of those energies and a lot of those relationships, that observation, having that breakthrough, what's actually potentially happening is these are energies and relationships that feel incredibly committed to the partnership, so much that they may be advancing timelines. I would not be surprised right now if there is energy that is deepening into partnership right now, feeling the absurdity of waiting upon something that they feel so absolutely certain upon. Finally, that brings us into the energy right now that's deep within divine union. And remember when I said that this is just to show you that there is no qualitative aspect of better or worse, depending on where you exist on these frequency cycles. This energy right now is the hardest for energy deep within divine union. I would not be surprised if you are in deep within divine union right now and you feel like you're in a rut, because you'll notice the retrograde itself is propelling energy in the right direction with an observation of what feels like it is progressing. So for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, that observation of going through a rut, right? Feeling that frustration, but it's not like you can move, it's not like you can move the relationship anywhere with it. It may be a lot of the energy doing the work that we observed that the energy that was coming into divine union was doing last week. And what was the energy coming into divine union doing last week? They were working on not projecting internal frustrations onto counterpart, right? The observation of working through something. And so that's why we see, and I feel like to a certain extent, that Aquarius full moon, if you will, is going to be most beneficial for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, because it's the observation and understanding. And you'll recall as well that these are those chariot relationships. So these are relationships that were forming from about the time that Mercury Venus stationed direct behind Neptune up until the time that Mars stationed direct earlier this year. The energetic lesson that one is almost working through is frustration plus hope equals creativity. The observation of being able to look at an old problem in a new way that allows for an energetic breakthrough or an epiphany. That's why I keep on calling. I feel like this moon is like an epiphany moon, because it almost encourages us, right? Especially with the Aquarian energy, that when we're feeling frustrated, and we step back, we allow the expansiveness of perspective to help us through something. So I would not be surprised right now if there's energy deep within divine union, taking unconventional approaches to new problems, or potentially talking about new projects, talking about new plans, or potentially talking about new ideas that are currently taking shape within the partnership itself. That is where we find all of the energy prior to getting today's daily collective read. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. And if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 5.9K. So thank you guys. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So thank you for helping to do your part in that. And also, I'll be gifting a reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Bridget, you are in the lead right now for that. I wish you guys a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. How are we doing today, guys? Hi there, Marcia. Good to see you. Grand Rising, Bridget. Thank you for those hearts and things, and thank you for sharing the live. For Matt friends, if you're a subscriber who would like an animal spirit guide card pulled on top of your 1 card read, please make sure that you are recharging your heart maze. Grand Rising, Haley. Good to see you, V. Yay. Yeah, I'm so glad you're able to put text on the screen. I am also taking this opportunity during this retrograde to learn things. I'm learning slowly but surely. I know. Can you guys read it? I want to make sure. I don't like making it like too overt. I just wanted it to be something that was legible but not interrupting. Haga, how are you doing, dear? But here's the thing, we're always trying. We always try. That's what we do. That's the compassion that we give it to each other. And I got to tell you right now, we're seeing even now that a lot of those relationships, that ability of resilience, that ability of perseverance, like that's what's fortifying a lot of these energetic relationships right now through the rut period that we're currently experiencing with all of this energy retrograding out right now. I think it's a bit of a hard read, though. Maybe changing different colors could help. I really appreciate that note, V. I'll definitely take it into consideration. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to do it so that it's like glaring, you know? I don't want to do it. I don't like it when it's like all you can see. Grand Rising, little vamp. Good to see you today, Mrs. Bex. I just watched a few road rage talks and I was like, oops, looks like retrograde. Yep. I mean, like, I am not surprised right now. Like that type of those type of things is gonna, it's the vibe right now. And I remember when I said like it, and I'm going to keep on saying this as we continue through this retrograde. And we were talking about this heavily as we were going through those Sagittarian cycles of the moon during that period. That's why I said that was the roughest part. The difference between radical authenticity and righteous authenticity is radical authenticity is doing something hard because it allows the context by which you can work on something in a better way, right? It's like almost like it's navigating through something energetically difficult. Righteous authenticity is feeling like you're so right about something that you're articulating your rightness and there's a refusal to understand another person's perspective. There's a difference, right? And that's why I kept on saying, especially as we were going through those Sagittarian moon cycles, being honest is not enough of a reason, right? Because honesty can either work as panacea or as a weapon, right? It's a space by which we have to navigate the intentionality that we're bringing authenticity to something. Oh, no. Yes, exactly. And which is, thank you guys. Thank you so much for those roses. I hope you're having a beautiful day. V, I know I'm making progress, but it feels so slow trying to trust the process. It's hard right now, right? There's a lot of that, like, and I'm going to tell you, especially as we're going through, like, especially as we're going through energy like this, like working through stagnancy or working through the frustration of feeling stagnancy, it almost requires us to be able to be energetically adaptable. And that's what I mean in relationality to like the work that we're recognizing and identifying with the fact that I think that that to a certain extent, like having the moon right now in like having Mercury and Leo is helping us because it's allowing us to take, right, the identification point in seeing and identifying and recognizing a better way of doing something that allows the context of an energetic breakthrough. And thank you as well, dear. Thank you for sharing the live, which is always appreciated when you guys share the live. I'm feeling expansive, 8 out of 10. I love that energy, V. Hit the nail on the head for me. Haley, hold on a minute. This dang internet, 1 second. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. I just got to catch back up. This dang internet, I'm here. I hope it stays connected through the reading. The retrograde, man. This is the retrograde energy. This energy has been extremely enlightening. And that's the thing about it, right? Which is like, what are you getting in your own readings right now? Because like what I've been seeing is like, I got to tell you, it's like it's working through the pathwork of frustration, but letting the frustration fortify you in rather than building into the context of like getting like working like, and I'll tell you right now, if you're being reactive through this retrograde, it's not gonna be like it's not gonna be great. Haley, today feels like a 6 or a 7, slowly getting better, finally feeling a little refreshed and awake. Very happy to hear that, Haley. Remember what I said? I felt like it was going to ease up as the moon moved into Capricorn. Bridget, I walked the new doggy this morning and she did so well. I'm so glad to hear that, dear. I need to learn how to put text up like that. Which is, are you on our Substack? I mean, are you on our Discord? If not, message me. I'll walk you through it if it helps. Okay. Chrissy, I went to bed at a speed bump, but woke up with renewed spark. So good. Glad to hear that. My dreams last night were wild too, like absolutely wild. I like that it's see-through. I didn't notice that at first. Yeah, I was trying to do that. Thank you, Alexandra. I'm feeling pretty great. Maybe an 8. Okay, an 8's great. I can read the text you have up, subtle but clear. That was what I was going for. Thank you, witches. Maybe make the text grayish, but keep the trim. If I make the text grayish, nobody's going to be able to read it, Chrissy. I don't know if gray is the way to go, but maybe making the background a little bit more grayish. But thank you for the suggestion. And thank you for the gifts, dear, which is Haley. I can read it as well. The app is just kind of making it look fuzzy. Okay, that's good to know. Listen, I really appreciate your feedback, guys. Grand Rising channeling. So good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Manifest, wonderful day to you as well, dear. And Christina, why is the age of Pisces dead and now age of Aquarius? Well, I mean, it's not that it's dead. I mean, that's a really like, dead sounds like very, like, it sounds very like morbid. We passed into it, if that makes sense. We've had something like effectively, hold on a minute. You know, one of the things that we identify and recognize right now is Pluto is in Aquarius. So we've got a lot of that work that's happening too. And I feel like, you know, one of the things that we're like, you know, I think when you say, you know, one of the things that we talked about heavily that occurred, like there's been a lot of energetic changes that have been happening right now. And you know, the thing that we want to talk about in relationality to Piscean thinking versus Aquarian thinking has to do in the realm of feeling. I like to point out, and this is why we sometimes have to navigate the shift out of Piscean age into Aquarian age. Piscean energy, and we see this in like the pathwork of those who have Pisces placements, right? It's the context of allowing the emotions to guide the self, right? Now, when Pisceans are in a healthy space, right, they feel they have Pisceans have this incredible ability to communicate emotions in a way that feel like they allow something to move forward, like the emotionality that almost is like that space of inspiration, if you will. The difficulty, and I like this, and I like this because I feel like when we move into different ages, there are conversations that happen between one and the other, right? And so Piscean, I feel like a lot of Piscean energy that we were working through in the past was talking about the amplification of the emotions, right? Allowing the emotions to guide forth as it relates to direction. But Aquarian, and I like this about Aquarian age, is the observation that you have to be conscientious. It's not just about being led by the emotions. You have to recognize where the emotions were created, right? Because, like, again, I feel like even in the context of like revenge or things of that nature, right? Like we build, and we talk a lot about this, we build a lot of emotionality in places that we're healing from. So it's not just enough to have a lot of strong feelings about something, but it's the observation of weighing the quality of those emotions to determine if they are an energetic honor to hold, if they move us towards our ideal, because Aquarian energy very much works in the space of ideal. So I feel like that's the big conflict that we're having right now, right? The conversation of understanding emotions versus ideals. And it's not the fact that we can't be emotional as we navigate our ideals, but we have to do the internal work of understanding what the source of the emotions that we feel are, so that we can understand if the direction that the work needs to be applied is internal or external. I hope that helps, dear. Thank you as well for confirmation, witches. Haley, I put a screenshot in the Discord of what the text on the screen looks like. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you, Haley. I need the calendar, which has the moon's position daily, because I feel it so much. There are a lot of different places online that you'll be able to find that manifest, if that helps. Witches, thank you so much. You're the sweetest. Appreciate the offer to walk me through it. Absolutely. Just shoot me an email, or shoot me, I would say, like, I'm terrible with answering messages here, so I'd say an email is probably best. Or I mean, I'll try to find you if you send me a direct message here. It's just like I always feel like hesitant telling people to directly message me here, because the quantity of messages I get is ridiculous. Channeling, I wish TikTok was more concise about what we could have on our screens. I agree. It's a little bit fuzzy, isn't it? I'll let you know. Listen, I appreciate the help channeling, and I'll let you know as I find out things too. We can all help each other, you know. Bridget, I feel good about it. An 8 only because I've been up since 6. I mean, that's fair. 8 is good. I mean, it's been up since 6 as long as you've been productive. Maybe purple or red font. I feel like that might be harder to read, because some people were saying, okay, that's very good to know. Thank you for letting me know that, channeling. I will definitely let you know if that's the case on my end. I appreciate that. Queen, Grand Rising. You're so welcome, Christine. Random, my partner is quitting. Oh my gosh, I'm sending so much support, witches. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is exactly the type of energy to start that kind of work, right? Because I got to tell you, especially with the retrograde, I feel like a lot of the messages that we've been getting with this retrograde is understanding that change, like not putting a dramatic level of change on ourselves, like not asking the impossible of ourselves, but being able to recognize and identify who we are embodied, and then working around it is exactly what we're kind of talking about in relationality to the type of work that we're seeing during this time. Sending them so much support on that journey. Absolutely. And Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Whoop, hold on so much. And thank you, Adam, for those heart me's as well. Absolutely. Sending positive energy. Thank you so much. Absolutely appreciate it. So a couple of updates, friends, before we get started on our personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, August 13th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Tower card. I am so excited for this class. Oh, and thank you so much, Witch, who's joining me, Witch of the Gate, over on the place where we keep the photos. I love your username, by the way. We are going to be continuing that class. I'm so excited to teach this class because I feel like this card, I know it creates a lot of volatility in others. I know people get very, very panicked when they see this card in their readings. But one of the things that I want to articulate and recognize, and we're going to go through this, is that card, there's a lot of very important messages to recognize. And we should never look at any card in the tarot as something that like creates anxiety and fear in us, but working towards the understanding of it. In that way, we're going to study the history of the card. We're going to talk about the symbology of the card. I'm going to work you guys through spread applications, how you can read that card in any direction that it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread that'll help you channel the messages of that card in your own readings. And all you need to do if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best. Hold on a minute. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything that we have been experiencing. Hold on a minute. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything that we have studied prior to that class occurring, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me and the other students to ask any questions about anything that you may have received, anything that you may have studied, like anything that we've studied prior to that class beginning. You'll also have access to, if you become a founding member to my Substack, have access to over 15 hours worth of material in our Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as full access to the entirety of the archive. And again, it's not necessary to catch up, but if you wanted to catch up, now is a great time because you've got about a week before that class starts. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me and the other students to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've studied or learned thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any of my mystic meditation articles, which I release bi-monthly. I just released one recently on this new moon that we experienced. I will be releasing one this week on how to navigate that full moon that we've got coming up most effectively, moving towards your manifestation goals. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Also, if you are on the hold list today and would like to be added off of the hold list, go ahead and let me know now so I can add you back. I believe we've got a few people here who are already on that hold list, so I just want to confirm. Bridget, I got Bridget and Haley. Let me know right now, dear, if you guys want to get back on. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, remember, we're doing 2 giveaways right now. Our first reading giveaway, when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 13.4K. The other giveaway we're doing right now is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Witches, you are actually in the lead for that one right now. So again, wishing you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. Bear with me one moment as I read over. Absolutely. And Val, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. My goldfish is not trying to skip the collective. What are you talking about, Haley? How can I continue to communicate? Happy to read for you on that, Hardy. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I love, here's the thing. I deeply appreciate the Tower card too. I know that there are those who feel like a lot of anxiety around it, but being able to understand the message of that card, I think that the context of that card changes a lot depending upon where you find it in your reading. And we're going to go over a lot of that in that classwork. Hardy, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open, but I'm not a big fan of that twin flame word. Grand Rising Minnie, good to see you today. And thank you, Bridget, for those gifts. Tapping is clapping. I love that, witches. Thank you so much, dear. Hold on a moment. I know, I saw that it did, dear. I'm going to have to check up on that. I felt like, I got you, Minnie. I felt like table flipping yesterday, too. Mars just moved into Libra today. It's at the bottom, I think. Thank you, Haley. Oh, there it is. You found it? Yeah, you may move your text over. Oh, good to know. Thank you, dear. Oh, I said personal readings. Okay, yeah, that was the goldfish. Thank you, Haley. You got me. I'm about to take my cat for a nail trim. I hope he'll be nice. Oh my goodness. I'm sending you support on that journey, Minnie. Bring him over here. Oh, you do it? That's wild. I do it myself too, but it depends on the cat. Bridget, you can absolutely get on the list. I'll add you and you're first on the list today. If there's anyone else on the hold list who would like to get on, you can go ahead and do so. Also, I want to point out that if you get on the list now, anyone who gets on the list will also have an additional card in their reading. So Bridget, you're going to have an additional card as well. And Haley, I've got you as well too. So if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Oh, you know what? It helps if I'm ready to get started. I got to make sure I have my mic on. There we go. Perfect. Hold on a moment. All right. Let me just get to it. Hold on a minute. Before we get started, we are going to start with an intuition check to warm up those intuition muscles. I am going to show a animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. The card is up. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have the Wren. Thank you guys so much, and congratulations. For anyone, we had some people getting close. We got Blackbird, Cardinal. Cardinal's close. We're getting there. We got a lot of birds appearing. All right. That said, no better time than the present. As I mentioned, if you guys would like to get on the list for today, I thought it was a bird. I didn't know what kind. I truly don't know what animals are in there anymore. I just got to guess whatever animal I think. Well, that kind of works too, to a certain extent. like that's making, like, I feel like that in itself is helpful. One moment, please. All right, let's get to it. One moment. Hold on a minute. All right. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Oh, hold on a minute. And as I mentioned before we do begin, friends, we've got two different giveaways that are happening right now. As I mentioned, our first reading giveaway is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that. And the other giveaway we're doing right now is a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So when you make sure that you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating. I deeply appreciate you guys tapping the screen and helping us get to that 50K goal. And thank you for helping to share these messages. That's what I meant. I like that little vamp. I thought it was a bird. And thank you, Witch's Brew, for those roses. I truly don't know what animals are in there. Yep, absolutely. And thank you, Maria, for sharing the live as well. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading here is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, August 6th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread for today? First two cards we are starting our day off with today are, wow, we've got here our Death card and our Queen of Swords in its upright. Let's talk a little bit about this energy right now. And I'm going to tell you right now, friends, here's the thing. When I'm doing my readings, I got to admit, I don't get the Queen of Swords is very similar to the Hermit card in my readings. She does not come out a lot. Okay. She does not come out a lot. She's kind of like, for my personal readings, the Queen of Swords coming out often can feel very much like the sense of understanding and recognizing and honoring energetic boundaries. And the thing I keep on seeing, and that's what I meant in relationality to working through some of that Sag moon energy that we're just coming out of during this retrograde cycle. Like, it's giving me a lot of that space in terms of articulating, identifying what the hard part is. Why? Because we talk a lot about, and I feel like the thing I like to point out with the Queen of Swords is you don't see this queen winging that sword around, right? You don't see the queen winging it around. You see them very, very energetically intentional as it relates to being able to articulate and identify their standards. And this is the difficulty, right? This is the energetic difficulty point that is often occurs when we have standards, right? Because the Queen of Swords is often like, it's the space of navigating standards, but also holding compassion. And the message that we often get with the Queen of Swords is it's not about being nice all the time. It's about being energetically courteous, because courtesy is the recognition and identification of what it is that we're able to bring forth to one another, right? It's the articulation of the expression of energetic value. Now, one of the things I keep on seeing here, especially with that Death card, is this type of energy that we're working through right now. It is the amplification and articulation of the changes that we're acting to energetically bring forth. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is a conversation, right? A healthy manifestation goal is often not what you're going to start doing more of, but it often is the expression of what you're going to start doing less of, right? It's the understanding that manifestation goals aren't about getting things. It's the observation of the work of finding the self, right? And learning about the self. And that's what I mean in relationality to this type of energy being very, very intense, because I keep on seeing that while we see that there may be a lot of relationships that are coming together at this time, I also see the context of energy moving into separation. But the important thing that we are articulating upon, and I keep on getting this, is, and this was a continuation of the lesson that we see with Neptune and Saturn in retrograde. Time does not heal things. Time is the space, and if we try to apply time to things, it's often the context by which we articulate and identify what it is that we're working to energetically forget. Now, the gift that we see that often Saturn brings to situations are perspective, right? And the gift of perspective is such that there is the context by which sometimes our feelings change about something, right? That is navigating or working through the expansiveness of understanding. Saturn always says to us, like, and that's the thing I like about the messages that we often receive through Saturn. Saturn does not say, give that to me, I'll fix it. Saturn says, I can't promise to fix it. The thing I will give you is energetic perspective. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the relationships right now, these are relationships that are coming together with absolute clarity as it relates to direction, right? Very good direction sense, the foundation of temperance relationships, while simultaneously, I see that there's potentially closing out of unhealthy cycles that is occurring at this time with the observation, like, and potentially those cycles are closing with the observation that time does not heal things. Mutual effort heals things, right? And so that's why I see even now what is happening for some of these relationships that are coming together right now. They're unified in terms of the shared audacity, particularly and especially if there are experiences that they're mutually or simultaneously working through in the context of being able to see something, right? And maybe even predicate upon what they'd expect as it relates to the past and it arriving in exactly the way that they expected it to. Continuing to get a center card for today's spread is we've got here our Two of Pentacles in its upright. Now, for a lot of the energy right now, moving deeper into relationship, I actually see that I keep on hearing for a lot of the energy moving deeper into divine union right now, this could be articulating upon the energetic arrival of something, the recognition and the identification of being able to work upon something in a way that feels like it's energetically productive. This is what I meant in terms of a lot of those relationships potentially moving with more rapidity towards something, right? Because remember what we articulated upon the fact that the healthy relationship acts or facilitates as a clear mirror. These are a lot of those relationships that are building upon the mutual appreciation of counterpart that allows the context of being able to recognize or identify the deeper healing that one is setting one's intention towards. So that's why we see that for a lot of those relationships right now, that adaptability point, that recognition of what one is working to change. This is why I may be even seeing right now that for a lot of those relationships, this could be the advancing or the speeding up of a timeline, because the speeding up of a timeline is being energetically predicated upon the certainty of the clarity that they're finding within the relationship context. But what's beautiful about that, that isn't just the clarity of the present. It is the energetic clarity that they're receiving as it relates to their own perspective changing in relationality to looking at the past in a different way. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And this is just to tell you again, qualitatively, that this energy is different, is not better or worse depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles, because everything I've been reading for the last few days, this has been most difficult for energy deep within divine union. We've got extra cards here coming out too. Justice card in its reversal in combination with our Two of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our Six of Wands in its upright. So what are we effectively energetically seeing here? For a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, this is why this energy may be feeling most enervating. Why is it feeling most enervating right now for the energy deep within divine union? Because as we see, a lot of the energy that we're experiencing right now in this retrograde cycle, it's helping to identify and work through the past. And it is fortifying the direction of energy that is coming into relationship. This is why I kept on telling you that these are temperance partnerships are happening right now. They've got a really strong identification or recognition of direction sense. the direction sense, it's not just the fact, and that's why I mean, like, it's not just the fact that they hold feelings to something, but they're recognizing the quality of the feeling, not just the quantity, to help fortify the direction that they're moving towards. This is for energy deep within divine union right now. It's not like it's gonna propel the relationship into a different state, but that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, taking unconventional approaches to old problems, either related internally on the self or in situations surrounding the self, I just keep on seeing that there's, like, a little bit of this energy that's becoming more comprehensive. And what does it mean when we're becoming more comprehensive? We don't try to change a problem, we start thinking bigger up we start thinking bigger upon the problem. Continuing to get clarification between our death card in its upright in combination with our queen of swords in its upright. Can I please get one card to clarify? There's that tower card. And we're going to be studying this card in just about a week or so in our next tarot church class. Now, this card, and I kind of want to stress this here, with the combination of the death card and the tower card, this is talking towards the aspect or the perspective of working through energetic transformation cycles. Why do we see a lot of those transformation cycles that feel like they're energetically fortifying? Because one of the things that we always kind of recognize is when we're on a healthy spiritual journey, we navigate it from a space of energetic bravery, which is the ability of doing something in a different way, taking new energetic approaches to things, being energetically adaptable. And I want to describe this to a certain extent. Like I want to say, like, to a certain extent, that this type of energy right now, and especially with like Mercury in retrograde, it works through the healthy context of, I keep on getting, um, trial and error to a certain extent. But you have to understand that when we're in, and I need to point this out, when we're working in a healthy way, right, we don't get energetically frustrated to the extent that we feel like we're not doing something in the right way. It's the ability of being able to look at something and always being able to learn something greater in the context of doing something differently, right? I like to point this out. That's why I always consider Sagittarian energy to a certain extent as like, I think it's funny because everybody always likes to articulate as Aquarian energy being like the mad scientists of the zodiac. I would actually argue that Sagittarians are the mad scientists of the zodiac, right? Because it's the ability to try something in a different way, right? The ability to like work through something. It's a lot of the continuation or the understanding that we work through, that the journey of discovery is often the space of figuring out what it's not, right? And that's why we have to be very strong in the context of what it is that we're working to do better. And this is also why we have to heal from the fallacy of energetic perfection, right? Because when you're so worried about being perfect, you can't innovate on anything. And that's what I like right now. Like, that's kind of like the work that we see that's occurring right now in terms of the idea that this Mercury retrograde in Leo is potentially hitting a little bit different, right? Like, often the journey of finding what's right is the practicality of going through things and like experimenting and working through something and working something out, right? And so I keep on seeing that that's what's so significant in these new relationships that are starting. They've healed from the fallacy of perfection, right? And I keep on seeing they've healed from the fallacy of perfection. They're moving towards their manifestation goals carefully. And they also allow for that adaptability, the gift that we give each other in giving each other the benefit of the doubt, which is the ability to try something that we haven't done before, but also holding each other with energetic compassion as we do so, right? And so it's interesting too, because I almost see, like, I want to describe this right now. The death card and the tower card in combination with the queen of swords and some of these new relationships that are forming is training wheels energy, right? When we look at it in that way, like look at this. This is the energy that almost says to one another, right? They almost say to one another, you know, our job isn't to be perfect, but our job is to be energetically careful as we learn and we find what perfect is with one another, right? And so this is what we keep on seeing, because what is so important about these relationships that are forming right now, they're approaching it, right? They're approaching it with worry. But are they allowing that worry to overcome the experience of being in the relationship? No, because what we see here is this is the expression of masculine and feminine building into the bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, building into the context of what it is that they're trying to do in different ways. And this is what it feels like for masculine and feminine. For masculine, this is the masculine energy that's working to be more vulnerable to feminine, right? And the masculine energy, like it's almost like the space, like I like to say, when we are when we are in a space of vulnerability, I keep on seeing it's like the energy that welcomes, right? That welcomes the understanding of the self, because I keep on seeing the energy that's working to energetically dissolve anything that is not integrated within the self, right? Like I feel like there's a lot of this masculine energy that's doing that work and building into the concept of understanding that masculinity is the journey of understanding. It's not performative, right? And when we're trying to understand ourselves, we try to strip away anything that is not of us. So that's why we see that might be a lot of the masculine right now on a scorpionic journey of embracing the death card energy, because it's a lot of the energy of the masculine that feels like that sense of coming towards feminine is almost shedding the layers of the unnecessary to build an authentic connection with feminine. Whereas for feminine, it feels quite the opposite. I see the feminine that's holding their energetic standards, right? They're not necessarily in a space where they're feeling completely vulnerable because it's a new relationship. So these are potentially situations or circumstances where feminine is treading carefully, being conscientious, but also holding those energetic standards, because that is the way that the feminine builds into trust with the masculine counterpart. So we see even now, and this is the care that they're doing upon it. But you have to understand the care, often the care we bring to things is the articulation of why we hold something energetically sacredly, because we're worried upon it. So I see even now that is almost the energy building into new relationship, but not acting upon the worry, because when we act upon our worries, we destroy things. But being able to articulate through worry that allows the articulation and the understanding of deeper alignment. This brings us to the energy moving deeper into divine union right now. Clarification between our Queen of Swords in combination with our Two of Pentacles in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Ten of Cups in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing right now with that Ten of Cups in its upright? For a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, coming into divine union, remember when I said that this may be a time where we are seeing and recognizing that there may be some manifestations that are advancing on their timelines? I feel like it's continuing to give a lot of like, what are we waiting for energy, right? And I want you to make sure that you go take a look at today's spread, because the juxtaposition of seeing the Tower card next to the Ten of Cups, that's what I mean in terms of this retrograde potentially articulating upon the readiness and the surety of that energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, because it's almost a space I keep on hearing, when you're sure of something, waiting feels unnecessary, right? I almost see the energy taking a very laissez-faire approach to deepening an energetic connection, because it's not the space, it's like the healthy energy that doesn't expect a relationship to change in the context of deepening the connection, but it almost feels silly or unnecessary to wait upon it because it feels like it's already occurred, right? It's like, it's interesting too, it's almost like the deepening bond of partnership, it feels like it becomes trivialized in the context of it being certain, if that makes sense, because it's not changing anything. And that is the rejoicing moment. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Pentacles in combination with our Justice card in its reversal and the combination of the Two of Wands in its reversal. And this is why I was saying this energy right now is potentially most difficult for the energy that is deep within divine union. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with that Seven of Swords and it's upright. So why is this energy right now a little bit more challenging for the energy that's deep within divine union right now? Because one of the things that we're identifying and recognizing has to do with the space of working through the context of the past. Now, you'll recognize how we talked about this retrograde cycle. It may be frustrating for energy and separation, but I keep on seeing that for the energy and separation, experiencing something frustrating might be fortifying the direction that you know that you need to head into, right? It's like the frustration that reaffirms one's own energetic commitment based upon the perspective of time. For energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, that same sense, right? That readiness, the articulation of being able to see something in the past with deepened clarity is fortifying the energetic relationship that they've moved into, right? They're almost in the space that they're experiencing that, like, that sense of wanting to, like, make haste, if you will, towards a manifestation goal because they feel so energetically sure upon it. While for the energy right now, deep within divine union, it's not necessarily the space by which the relationship can be fortified by the frustration of the retrograde cycle, right? It's not really, it's not really, it's not like it's not moving the directionality of the relationship anywhere. But that's why I see that for a lot of the energy right now, experiencing this, taking unconventional approaches to old problems, doing things in new ways, allowing for that space of bringing a new idea to a relationship or potentially articulating upon a concept is what I keep on seeing. There's a lot of energy right now that is working through something and thinking bigger than an energetic problem. Like they're becoming more energetically comprehensive. Continuing to get clarification between our Justice card in its reversal, our Two of Wands in its reversal, in combination with that Six of Wands in its upright. One card to clarify. We've got two cards to clarify here. The Hangman in combination with our King of Cups in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this energy right now, particularly as it relates to, and I want to describe this here because what we're effectively seeing, remember how I said I'm seeing a lot of counterpart energy right now for both masculine and feminine, even through this retrograde cycle? This is what the energy in separation feels like right now. This is the masculine and feminine. Again, bearing in mind that's not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. This is what it feels like deep within divine union. Now, there are similarities, right? There are similarities within these cards right now, and I want to show you why. So the difference, right? This is the masculine that's already in that emotionality space, right? So this is also the embracing of the energy of that Death card, because it's the energy of the masculine that feels the relationality of the relationship. It feels the ability to be authentically in the space of being able to be in the full breadth of one's own feelings, right? This is almost to a certain extent the masculine that identifies and recognizes and heals in the energetic relationship where it feels like they don't, I keep on hearing, they don't need to maintain composure, but yet they are composed because it's the energy of the masculine that is able to do that inner child healing within the context of the relationship. For feminine, this is the feminine that simultaneously also is working through that energetic frustration point, but this has to do potentially with working through a lot of different obligations or situations outside of the self. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union. Remember when I said last week that the work of the energy coming into divine union was working through not projecting frustrations onto counterpart? I told you. This is a lot of the energy deep within divine union, finding that energetic composure point and building into that point of composure. Because I keep on hearing when we have composure, we're comprehensive because we don't, I keep on hearing we navigate our own personal frustration in a way that we don't become energetically reactive to it. We become energetically observant through it. So this is what I said about the fact that the energy right now is working on, like I keep on hearing, comprehensive composure, continuing to get clarification between our Tower card in combination with our 10 of Cups in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our 4 of Cups in its reversal. Now, there's something really important that we're effectively identifying and recognizing right now. And I need to stress this. This is a lot of the work. I'm going to tell you right now. And you know that I'm typically not the type of reader that will constantly be articulating about something from the past returning. But but I will put it this way, okay? I will put it this way. What we're effectively identifying right now, okay, especially given the fact that we see so many planets right now in retrograde, is I would not be surprised if there aren't situations or circumstances wherein something from the past is returning back, either metaphysically, either spiritually, or tangibly. But what do we see is happening right now for a lot of the energy in separation that is experiencing something from the past returning? It is the difference. I keep on getting, it is the difference between a relationship that someone is trying to heal with pining versus progress. And what is the difference between trying to heal a relationship with pining versus progress? A relationship that's healed with pining doesn't have any progress because it just typically returns back to the state that it originally was in. It's the observation of going away from something, expecting another person missing someone to be able to heal something. And I keep on hearing pining is not progressive, because when we pine and then we build back into relationship, we have to forget. It's often the space that a pining relationship is often one that creates a space of just amplifying the identification point that you can go back to at any time. It's just a context of someone trying to make you miss it enough that you'll be willing to do anything for it, versus a progressive relationship that allows the context of understanding that things do not heal in the context of time, that you can't apply time to things and expect that something is going to be resolved. When you try to apply time to things to resolve things, you don't resolve anything. And this is why we often go through unhealthy energetic cycles. And I keep on hearing, this is also why we don't take breaks, or relationships don't require breaks, because in the context of someone having a break, in the space of saying that there's that intensity that they can't navigate, I keep on hearing relationships are the spaces that we're supposed to get intense, because it's a place that we work through our problems. We don't run from them. And this is why I see that for a lot of the energy right now, I told you the reason that these relationships that are coming together at this time are so strong. I'm going to say it right now. Some of these relationships it's the amplification of potentially not just moving towards energetic counterpart, but the recognition of something from the past that turns back to you in the context that it's requiring you to make an energetic choice. But that's why I feel like the amplification point in recognizing and identifying, that's why I said some of these new relationships that are coming together right now are being forged in the fire of audacity, because they're being forged in audacity. Because when you're working towards something, when you've been working to heal with something, from something, and another person is also doing that work with you, and then only in the context that you're building something for yourself with someone that is invested in it as you are, that someone else returns, but not bringing a state of progress to something, but just seeing if there's been enough pine that has occurred to allow them to move on from something. That's what I said. There may be some energetic connection points that are reaching a point of separation that feels like a rude awakening, because it's the observation that time does not heal things, that time gives us the ability to energetically heal from things. Continuing to get clarification between our 10 of Cups in its upright in combination with our 7 of Swords in its upright. Can I please get one card to clarify? We've got here our King of Swords in its upright. So I'm just going to tell you right now what we're effectively energetically seeing. For this is what I mean in terms of a lot of the energy moving deeper into divine union right now. And I almost see the energy like I keep on seeing these are those magician relationships. So these are the relationships that we're prioritizing the authenticity of the self above and framing into the mutual appreciation in the space of we understand that a healthy relationship is not one that we build upon the potential of the person within it, but the potential on where the relationship can go. This is why I potentially see that this retrograde period, there are some timelines that are speeding up. There's some energy right now that is speeding up on those timelines. They are moving towards something with a lot of determination, and they're not looking energetically backwards, because even in the context, and this is what's great about it, I see this energy that is almost backwards facing as they walk into partnership, because it's the observation of the perspective, the ability to see something in the past that one could not see before, that is building into the deepening of the energetic commitment that they have to the relationship, understanding that healed places expand our energetic perspective. So I just keep on seeing that that's a lot of that energy. And I keep on seeing, like, look at this, look at these conversations that they're having. They're not saying you complete me. They're saying to one another, through you, things make sense. Continuing to get clarification between, and this is why I told you, for the energy deep within divine union right now, this is the most frustrating place to be right now in this type of energy that we're experiencing. Clarification between our 7 of Swords and its upright, our Hanged Man, and our King of Cups. This is what's like for the energy deep with divine union right now. Okay, clarification there. Can I get one card to clarify, please? We've got our Strength card in its reversal. So what are we seeing effectively that's happening right now? I told you, it's a vulnerable time right now. It's a vulnerable time right now for energy that's deep within divine union, because while we recognize that for a lot of the energy right now, this frustration that's coming through during this retrograde cycle is helping to fortify the direction of the energy that is moving into partnership. We're moving deeper into partnership. If you're deep in divine union right now, it's not changing the quality and nature of the partnership, but it may be making one feel very frustrated upon the self. So it's really important right now, if you're deep within divine union, that you're not overly internalizing this energy. Remembering, right? And this is the gift of Mercury retrograding in Leo, right? Taking new approaches to old problems, being more energetically comprehensive, thinking bigger than a problem. I feel like for a lot of the energy right now, working through the space of being frustrated, but not projecting that on counterpart. But then even in the space of not projecting it upon counterpart, like identifying the frustration as a problem that has a solution on the other side of it. It's a lot of that journey that we often experience with the combination of an Aquarius full moon in combination with Leo, a Mercury retrograde in Leo, that says sometimes the solution isn't changing something. It's thinking wider than the problem, right? It's building into the context of being energetically comprehensive. So I keep on seeing that this is a lot of that energy right now. Not like I keep on seeing, looking towards the same messages that we had in the last full moon cycle, right? A vulnerability becomes an energetic strength, not in the space that we energetically deny it, but in the space we energetically embrace it, right? That's what it means to be able to have a comprehensive view of the self. Healing from the illusion of perfection allows us to see ourselves with energetic clarity. And I keep on seeing it also allows us to be kind of that ability of looking through frustration from the point of a perpetual student, which is the space by which you say, what can I do in a different way to come to a healthy resolution? Continuing to get clarification between our 4 of Cups in its reversal in combination with our King of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? We've got here that Chariot card in its reversal. So I'm going to tell you right now, and I was walking through this over the last few days, some things to be kind of wary about. All right. Some things to be wary about. we're starting to come out on the other side of it. We have to be energetically, that's why I was saying that that Sag moon energy that we were just moving away from was probably the hardest part of this retrograde cycle, because it's the difference between righteous honesty versus radical honesty. Now, what is the difference between righteous honesty and radical honesty? Righteous honesty, it's not, this is why you can't say to someone, I was just being honest, right? Because it's not enough to be honest. We also have to understand that kindness is the ability to understand what we're being energetically honest about. We also understand that a spiritual journey is one that we're constantly, continually, like I told you with that death card here, right? We're perpetually shedding the layers of ourselves to see ourselves in a better way, right? That takes time. If you do that too quickly, you have a breakdown. Okay, you do that too quickly, you have a breakdown, right? It's the guidance point. Like, this is why we have guides for a reason, right? It's everything in the manner by which we are ready to energetically to navigate through it. And so I see even now, I'll tell you right now, if these are, like, I'm giving you the context by which I do see some energy potentially falling into separation. I'm going to tell you right now, there'll be relationships that are potentially falling into separation during this retrograde period as it relates to a lack of clear direction or a stagnancy in terms of the direction that something is going towards, right? Looking for the embodied manifestation, which says it's not just enough to articulate upon something, but the ability to articulate and also embody and move in accordance to it. So we see even now that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? This is why the energy right now in the separation is building into such strong relationships, because this is not the energy that can't navigate hard truths. This is the energy that embraces the hard truth, because they understand that embracing the hard truth is how you get things done, right? There's a lot of pragmatism I'm seeing in these temperance partnerships. And at the same time, they're potentially healing from situations or circumstances where they were trying to work with someone. And in the context of trying to work with someone, like trying to be practical, another person would start weaponizing energetic truths as opposed to doing anything, right? I keep on seeing like a lack of direction, like often articulated almost in the space. Like, I want to give like some examples of this, like the articulation of asking someone to do something. And the next thing you know, they're talking about something that happened 20 years ago, right? It's like the modality where you like try to be practical in relationality to energetically solving a problem. And instead of someone being practical, it's like I keep on hearing like the truths that are unveiled that have nothing to do in the context of what it is that you're trying to solve, right? So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, like they're talking about the inviability of potential past relationship in the context of, I keep on seeing, like, what's it called? Like I keep on hearing diversions, right? Like I keep on hearing like the logical diversion where you try to navigate a practical problem, and instead of talking towards what can be done in the moment, someone would start articulating upon something that occurred to them or something from the past that creates an energetic diversion because it doesn't allow any context by which you can move forward from it. So that's why I keep on seeing, like, this is the energy that is almost saying to each other as they move into partnership, radical truth, which is the space by which we articulate and embody and say we have hard conversations. We embody the space of being strong enough to have a hard conversation to be able to resolve something, but moving away from righteous truth, which is the space by which you weaponize a truth to avoid having to do something, right? The modality or moment where you're trying to move practically with someone and another person comes into the space of taking something and utilizing it to energetically like create a limitation point, and then them trying to articulate upon the fact that they were just being energetically honest. And I keep on hearing it's not enough to be honest in a relate, and then trying to articulate the space of saying that the honesty is not a reason, that we have to be mindful as to what we bring honesty to, right? Because I keep on seeing when we are energetically kind, we never say I was just being honest, because we understand the preciousness of honesty and how carefully we have to navigate things that we are being honest about. So I feel like a lot of this is what we're seeing in terms of, like I mentioned, I feel like the reason I keep on bringing up a lot of this right now in relationality to whenever I read into the energy and separation is it almost feels like energy that is not looking towards, if this is energy that's building into healthy partnership right now, and another person is returning back but not coming into resolution, but almost like I feel like again, like that ability of just like popping back up. I almost see the energy in the context of talking about the difference between resolution and complication. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Swords in combination with our Strength card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? We've got here our Eight of Pentacles in its upright. And so we're effectively seeing right now, especially with that Eight of Pentacles in its upright, is I keep on seeing the ongoing conversation in relationality to the energy right now, moving into divine union and feeling very, very, I keep on seeing feeling very, very energetically confident, fortified in speeding up an energetic timeline. Why are we effectively seeing this? Because I keep on seeing, especially with this row here with the Two of Pentacles in combination with our King of Swords and it's upright, it's more of the conversation that we're identifying and recognizing that speaks towards the fact that when we're doing like this is the energy that is working towards the energetic relationship where not only, I keep on saying, not only are they building into the context of mutual appreciation, being able to see and recognize and understand what it is that they appreciate in each other, but it's the possibility of the potentiality that they're putting towards partnership, right? And this is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, the observation of being able to be in a relationship that not only builds them strongly in the present, but helps them see something from the past that they couldn't see before. This is the energetic relationship that they're feeling like, I keep on hearing it's like they feel like that healing is coming through. And it's the energy that doesn't feel like they need to advance into a deepening partnership in order to change or facilitate a change in the relationship. But it is the surety of that healthy relationship that acts as a clear mirror that is further fortifying the energetic direction of the relationship. So I almost see the energy saying, like it doesn't change anything, but that's why I almost see the energy speeding something up because it seems silly to wait. Well, for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, I feel like there's something very energetically important that we're observing right now as it relates to working through this energy. As I mentioned, that would be probably that is most challenging for energy that is deep within divine union right now. Because for a lot of that energy that is deep within divine union, it's not there isn't something about this that is that of this energy that is changing the shape or nature of partnership, but it's almost creating this space of working through the frustration of the self, because I told you that a little bit of this energy, with like all of this energy that is retrograding it right now, it can feel a bit like a rut, right? It can feel like there's a bit of that stagnancy point. So working through the energetic stagnancy, but almost being energetically productive through it. I feel like for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's not overly internalizing, and it's also working on not projecting that out onto counterpart, right? So that's what I said about like embracing this full moon in Aquarius, which is saying to me like new ideas, trying things, doing things in different ways, right? Being more energetically creative, like taking a frustration and innovating upon it that allows for that energetic adaptability point and helping one see and identify what is energetically possible. Final card for today's spread between our Chariot card in its reversal in combination with our Eight of Pentacles in its upright. Wow, we've got here our Nine of Wands in its upright. Now, let's talk a little bit about, there is something that I think is really important to navigate right now as it relates to the moon being in Capricorn, okay? Because how do I describe this best? There's something to be said in relationality to what feels energetically productive, And that's why I was really, really, really stressing when we were going through when we were going through that like Sagittarian moon cycle over the last few days, in making sure that you are being energetically intentional as it relates to being able to articulate upon something that you're trying to do in a better way, right? Like being able to like work through, like working through honesty with a sense of clarity that almost like fortifies a hard conversation, but allows for that point of breakthrough on the other side of it. Particularly and especially because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, like one of the things that we're identifying has to do with it's like I want to kind of put it this way. It's very easy right now to feel that inclination of wanting to energetically lash out upon things. Why are we feeling this right now? We've got a bunch of planets that are retrograding in Aries, okay? And the thing with energy that is retrograding in Aries is it sometimes can do a little number on our patience, right? It can do a little bit of that. It can have a little bit of a heavy toll in relationality to our own feelings of impatience, right? When we are working through feeling energetically impatient, there's and again with Sagittarian energy, the thing I was joking about was like it's like it's like not having time versus try me. Like it's working through that space of feeling like very energetically pokey. It's not that pokiness isn't necessarily a bad thing, but making sure that we're being energetically intentional as it relates to what we're pushing upon, right? Like the space of being able to allow for that adaptability, right? Because I keep on saying if you're feeling overwhelmed right now through this and you're feeling energetically pressured, not projecting that onto others, but almost recognizing that everybody is feeling that energetic weight, right? When we're able to, again, Mercury retrograding in Leo, bring compassion to things that we are feeling frustrated upon, we are able to discover new energetic possibilities. And that even means that includes first and foremost the self, right? I know that this often happens. I know we often get into these contexts where we say, okay, that compassion goes to everybody else except the self, right? But when we start giving ourselves that compassion, right? That compassion is something that we can expand upon and expound upon to those that we are energetically surrounded by. But it's also the conversation of the fact that niceness and compassion are very different things. Why do we say that niceness and compassion are different things? Because compassion does not require us to be energetically nice at every moment. Why? Because compassion is the ability of putting the force of authentic intention towards something, right? And sometimes, I got to tell you right now, sometimes we have to be compassionate, but we have to be compassionate and very energetically firm, right? Compassionate does not mean nice. Compassionate means the observation of having compassion that we put to others. So I feel like there's a lot of the energy that's working through the context of understanding how difficult it is to be compassionate, because it doesn't mean that you have to bend over backwards. It means that you are firm in relationality to your standards while also being civil in the context of having them. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, like working through that, a lot of that energy to a certain extent is the identification point and the recognition of being able to identify and recognize like what one is working on doing in a better way. So this is why I told you that for some of the energy right now, working through the context of recognizing and identifying not only the healthy relationship that you're moving towards, but also the energetic audacity of situations and circumstances where someone tried to like create a cooling period, right? Allowing the space of like trying to allow the point of allowing for a cooler head to prevail. I almost see that for some of that energy, like it's the space that says in relationship, even if we create like a cool period, we're able to articulate upon the time that we need to allow for that cooling. We don't create this open-ended space of waiting in relation to what we can energetically expect from another person. So that's why I said that for a lot of the energy right now, I'm going to tell you right now, there's some new energetic relationships that are forming, and someone is feeling that frustration of almost like, I see the new energetic relationship saying, you articulated this would happen. You predicated it. You could have set a clock to it, right? Like it was almost like the observation of being able to understand something so fully that you're able to see what you can expect. This is the energy that's like seeing that in counterpart, and it's just further reaffirming the healthy direction sense that they recognize in the counterpart, because the strongest relationships we have are fortified by a counterpart that expresses and espouses solid, strong judgment. Continuing, and I feel like that's what we're almost seeing right now. I feel like there's a little bit of that energy from temperance moving into judgment, right? Because when we're able to effectively learn upon someone, we then feel the stabilization point, and it creates, like, temperance often moves into judgment because it's the ability of taking time to understand someone and then being sure in terms of recognizing their own energetic sense of it. This brings us to a lot of the energy that moves deeper into divine union, because for a lot of the energy right now moving deeper into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, this is why those relationships are potentially speeding up timelines right now, right? Because that's the energy that I look at. They're looking at partnership in a whole different way, because they don't feel that changing the nature of a relationship changes the quality or the experience of being in it, right? Often we have that misconception when we're in an unhealthy connection that says, well, maybe if I just raise the stakes, the relationship will improve. There's never been a relationship on the planet that improves when one raises the stakes of it. It never happens. It never happens. You can never be in a situation of being like, things aren't good, but maybe if I raise the stakes on them, things will energetically improve, right? It's the observation. This could even be some energy right now, understanding and recognizing and healing in a deeper way, looking at experiences from the past where they may have put that faulty perspective onto something, right? It's like literally, because that's like the Sagittarius moon, like that's what it almost looks like when you have that point of understanding. Like if something is already a dumpster fire and you say, well, maybe if I like go deeper into relationship, it will fix it. You're like, maybe if I put gasoline on this, like maybe if I put gasoline on this, maybe if I put gasoline on this, it'll go out, right? Like it's like, it doesn't, raising the stakes on something never makes it better. But often when we're in a point of desperation, we sometimes build the context of hoping that this is the energy that is learning, that the healthy manifestation goal that you reach becomes energetically lackadaisical because it starts to lose meaning. And the reason it starts to lose meaning is because it's just words for something that you're feeling, right? It's like it's just creating the space of words for something that you know is energetically integral. It's not something that you're pinning your hopes on, that something will change through moving towards it. So that's why I keep on seeing that, like, a lot of this energy is already deeply, like they're moving deeper into divine union because they recognize that they're already there. Continuing, for a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union, that's what I meant about this energy potentially being the most frustrating for the energy that is deep within divine union right now. Because as you can see, as rocky and as rough as this energy is, it's really clarifying a lot of the direction for the energy in separation and the energy moving deeper into partnership right now. For the energy deep within divine union, it may be feeling and working through a rut. It may be feeling the frustration of the self. For feminine, I feel like for a lot of feminine right now, it could be feeling like there's not enough of you, right? Like I can see a lot of feminine energy right now working through the frustration of trying to do something like in a better fashion, right? Like trying to, like, I keep on hearing like your arms can only hold so much to a certain extent. For masculine, I feel like it's more about emotionally conveying something. For masculine, I feel like there's a lot of inner child healing happening right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. So for masculine, I feel like this is more, this is like trying to find a way to tangibly convey something that one is experiencing or working through emotionally. But that's what I keep on seeing, that even in this context, it's the understanding that frustration can be a benefit, because when we feel frustration, right? I keep hearing, we don't crumble under frustration. When we step, like, perspective helps us with, like, that's what I mean with like Aquarian. And this is often what those with Aquarian energy go through in their cycles. This is like the pathwork of a good Aquarius. A pathwork of a good Aquarius is like, I'm just not going to think about it, which is like the most dangerous thing you can possibly do, right? Because we say, especially in the realm of the emotions, you can't turn off emotions. You turn off emotions, they go straight into the control room. Now you have no control over them. Now they're going to bleed out into everything you do. But when you are working through Aquarian lessons, like health, in a healthy way, you don't turn off something. You step back from it. You think bigger than the problem, right? Because what's ironic with a lot of the Aquarian energy is the space of the, often Aquarians have to go through the cycle of saying, I was looking at it too closely, right? And when you look at things too closely, they get blurry, right? When you look at things too closely, you can't see anything. Often when you step back, what happens when you step back? You get the full picture. So I feel like that if you're going through this energy right now and it's really frustrating you, and you're really, and I know, especially with like that Venus, especially with that Venus in Cancer and the Jupiter being like, this is all I can think about. Don't step in, step back, right? Give yourself that gift of perspective, because often in the gift of stepping back, we're able to find a comprehensive solution to an acute problem. So make sure that you're applying that type of energy right now as it relates to working through or navigating circumstances, especially if you're deep within divine union. Bottom of the deck on today's reading, there's that, like, look, there's the five of wands in its reversal, right? And again, I feel like it's and this is just to tell you again, Mercury retrograde is not the source of your problems right now. I feel like Mercury retrograde is helping us with all this, because Mercury is the only planet like retrograding in Leo, which is like when we are feeling temperamental, add a little bit of compassion to that, right? And it's not, and here's the thing about it. And when we're able to add a bit of compassion to things, we're able to get perspective, right? Because often, like, listen, our frustration can sometimes be very much driven by our ego. And here's the thing about it. It's not the fact that our egos are always wrong. Our egos are there to energetically protect us from things that do not hold our standards for us. It's the observation of saying why we are upset that help us feel energetically validated to communicate that we're understanding the definition of something we have to work on within. So that ability, I keep on hearing, healthy direction sense is about navigating frustrations and determining if it's an outside or inside problem, which is the frustration we feel and saying, there's not really something that they can do about it. Yeah, that's something I got to work on. Like, that's something that I need to, like, fix in here, or something that is like clear to identify and recognize, which is something that is outside of the self. So I feel like, and that's why I kept on saying right now, make sure that you're not assuming things during retrograde periods, because when we're going through retrograde periods like this, it's really easy to be super emotional. We've got Jupiter and Venus in Cancer, the smallest thing potentially bothering you, right? And then Aries creating a lot of that why I oughta kind of energy. It's not about why you oughta, it's about why you should. And the ability to articulate and identify what it is, like being able to articulate and identify what another person can do to alleviate something, will usually help you recognize if that's something that you can have a conversation about, or if it's something that you might be feeling overly sensitive about as a result of the retrograde. So make sure, I'm not saying that you can't be activating during this retrograde cycle, but make sure that you are being intentional as it relates to where you are energetically placing your frustration, to make sure that you're bringing radical honesty to situations, not righteous honesty. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. If you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you would like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, August 13th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. And all you need to do if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 15 hours worth of material in our Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up, but if you wanted to catch up, now's a great time to join. You got like a whole week or so to bone up on all those other classes that you may have missed. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relationality to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. You'll also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive, which is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to my Mystic Meditation articles. I just wrote one recently on navigating this recent new moon that we experienced. I'll be writing one this week about how to navigate this full moon that we've got coming up this weekend. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very, very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase this series, please start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key theme, the messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. Congratulations to Alexandra. You got our highest gifter today. And Bridget, you came in second. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing a giveaway at 50. Oh, we got our 50K already. Thank you guys. We're already at 64.6K likes. We're going to do that 50K giveaway in just a moment. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hardy, happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I love the Tower card too. I do. Depending on the context of the reading, I feel like it's a fascinating card. I cannot wait to teach on it. There's going to be a lot to go over. I hope I'm able to keep it within the context of an hour. And Grand Rising Mini. And congratulations, Belladonni, on that fan goal. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap. I'm going to pin you up here, witches. Thank you so much for your support. So good to see you today. I would please, absolutely, Haley. Thank you as well, Bridget. I know I saw it did, witches. I'll tell you about it if you message me. There it is. Absolutely. Yes, and I got you on the list, Bridget. Yep. Thank you guys so much. I thought it was a bird, but I didn't know what kind. Absolutely, Maria. Fig, thank you for the gifts as well. I truly don't know what animals are in there anymore. I'm going to guess whatever animal you think of. Thank you as well, Haley. Pure intuition. Tap to claim. Oracle Erica, thank you for recharging your heart me's. Guys, please recharge your heart me's if you'd like one card readings with an animal spirit guide with your one card reading. Send me tips or trips or post on the Discord. Oh yeah, I know how I can do it. Listen, it depends on the cat. It really does. Mine sits through it. She's an angel about it. She just cries the whole time. She complains. Let's go, collective. Tap to claim V. Hi there, Nikki. It helps if you get them used to it as a kitten. That's what I did, Bridget. Yes, I found a huge dead moth card, moth this morning, death card energy. Absolutely that, Vaga. Well, there you go. We've got it here. I don't think it's necessarily negative. I got to be perfectly honest. With the placement of it, I like the fact, listen, I like seeing the Death card, the Tower card, and the Queen of Swords, because the Death card, the Tower card, and the Queen of Swords is a lot of that, absolutely not kind of energy, Thank you as well, Nikki. Hi there, Jacob. What's the symbolism behind why she faces the side again? So I'm going to tell you, listen, we everything that we have in relationality to the context of the meaning as it relates to placements is very important, but because it's all up to conjecture. My personal opinion, though, the reason that we see the Queen of Swords in profile is effectively, I feel like it's interesting because it almost articulates to us that I like the fact that we can see the throne that she sits on. And we also see the fact that, I feel like to a large extent, it articulates the choice, the understanding that the gift the Queen of Swords brings us is an alternate perspective. There's something really, really powerful in the observation that we see every other court card facing us directly, but then we've got that Queen of Swords that shows us the profile, because what is the gift of the Queen of Swords? She's got one hand out in a peace offering, but then she's also holding the sword, which is the observation of allowing for the context of navigating perspective, which says you don't necessarily have to be in the same space for every person, right? It's a lot of the context of understanding the perspective in relationality to approaching situations and understanding what you need to bring to them instead of how another person finds you, if that makes sense. I hope that helps clarify my perspective on it, Nikki. I know, I never saw that one before. Bridget, you always show the wildest gifts that I haven't seen before. I used to trim bunny, cat, and dog. Bunny nails? Oh my gosh, how do you trim a bunny nail? It must be so tiny. All right. Okay, no problem, Haley. Listen, we're not going to do your reading unless your connection's secure, so no worries there. I'll confirm before we start. Yeah, we recognize we're having to tackle the problem, not each other. Beautifully said, Oracle Erica. Tower, okay, I do not hate the Tower at all. It's a card of subconscious change for me. I love that manifest. You're welcome, Jacob. Yeah, and did you see, that's the thing I think that's wild about it. We've got the Tower card next to the 10 of Cups. And that's what I mean about working into the context of hope, or allowing compassion to amplify what one is standing firm on. We got the Hangman and King of Cups yesterday, so it's working through it. So yeah, you got a lot of the same cards that I'm getting here manifest. So let that serve as confirmation on your own reading. Hi there, Samada. I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. But please don't repeat the same question in the comments. It's not courteous to those who are trying to communicate. You're so welcome, Christina. And thank you, Belladonna, for those heart me's. And congratulations on reaching that goal, that fan goal. I updated my stuff, so hopefully no more internet issues. Glad to hear it, Haley. No, don't apologize for an essay, Alexandra. Phoenix, Grand Rising, dear. Good to see you today. You're so welcome, Nambuer. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen. Belladonna, Sin, thank you for guiding us through these sucky cards in a nice way. I don't think that they're all sucky. I know that there are some here that look rough, but I need to stress we still see a lot. And I got to point this out. We've got counterpart here. Did you see this? We've got energetic counterpart. We've got King and Queen of Swords. Like that is good. Like that's a good thing to see because it's working through energetic resilience, you know? Grand Rising, Team Olsana. Had to go get my gecko some crickets. You got crickets, witches? I mean, a gecko? Oh my God, that's so wild. Wow, that's really cool. And we got to 50K. I'm so glad that that my words are helping you right now, Christina. Thank you for being here and receiving them. And thank you for confirmation, witches. Excellent. Thank you for confirmation, witches. So good to see you today. Forever my favorite practitioner. Right back at you guys. Make sure to give witches a follow. Good, always a pleasure to see you here, dear. Retrograde can make people touchy. I got you, Bella. You're so welcome, Bobby. Lol. And here I was blaming all my annoyance on pregnancy hormones. Well, you know, it doesn't help. Like, listen, it doesn't help right now, Miss X. I know. Yep. The Tower card. Absolutely. Hi there, Fig. All right. Did she send the level up celebration? Oh, is that what it was? I'm not sure. I just saw the fact that it popped up. I am also learning. Hold on a minute. Hi there, Fig. So good to see you. And Daisy, thank you for the recharging your heart knees. Because she Belladonna reached a fan milestone. Yeah, she reached a fan goal. Is it covering my face? I hope it's not covering my face. It's a sticker from what I've heard others call it. Yes, maybe if we send 100 balloons, we appease the program. The clock app is a fickle beast. It's definitely sticking stuck. Yeah, I see it next to the mic. Okay, I can't move. There's only so many places I can move it. I don't know what. Hold on a minute. Okay, excellent. All right, there. Okay, there we go. It's been up. I see it across her face. Okay, I moved it. If it was in front of my face, I wanted to move it. Bunnies are harder because I know I can't imagine. I can't even imagine trying to trim a bunny's nails. Yeah, man, they got a lot of that brute force with those back legs. My mom never let me get a bunny. She said they're mean and scratch. Depends on the bunny. I used to have a friend who had a bunny who had the coolest name for a bunny ever. Do you guys want to hear the coolest name for a bunny ever? Krang. Tell me that there's no cooler name for a bunny. I won't hear it. She wasn't lying. I used to have a bunny, so I could see that. Some are definitely mean. Hold on a minute. Having a bunny was a beautiful experience. Mine would show jealousy of other animals by stomping. I would lose my mind. I would lose my mind. I had two once, and they started fighting, nothing but flying fur. Oh, I can't even imagine. I watch bunny videos of them having I know bunny tantrums they're the best. No bunnies here, just lots of chickens. Oh my God, I cackled. Good work, thank you. Got to bounce. You have a great day, witches. I had one and I called him Stu. Stewie's a good name too. All right, friends. Have a beautiful day, witches. We're going to get started, and thank you for the roses. We're going to get started right now. If you would like to get on the list right now, the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. First person, great time. Oh, thank you, Ruby. We haven't done the 50K yet. Thank you. So good to see you, dear. I have an immediate that's dark. I didn't even think about it from that context. Oh my God, I didn't think about it from that context. No. All right. We're going to get started. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 37. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see that posts it, Oracle Erica, you got it. Congratulations. Done. Yep, it's done. That might have been the fastest we've ever done a 50K. That was impressive. Nice job. All right, let's get to it. That was incredibly fast. First one right out the gate. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. And when we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective again. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. First person we are reading for today is, I've got Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, let me know if we're doing a general, if you have a specific question. It was 14. And while we wait, let's do another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. V, locked in. Everybody's locked in today. Well done. It was the boar. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. It is on the Discord. Just a reminder, if you have information that's relevant for our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Hold on. Oh, I got it, Bridget. Oh, outside tea. Thank you for putting it there. All right. Outside tea. How did my voice singing interact with the energy of the earth in my past life, and what spiritual or emotional wounds are preventing me from fully using my voice again? Can I please have 5 cards for Bridget? One more. Mm-hmm. Yep. Wow. So remember how every time I read for this energy from the past life, I keep on seeing the fact that they're articulating to me that you are acting as an energetic channel for the earth through the songs that you were singing, is what I'm getting. That it's interesting because they're saying to a certain extent that you would use the song to figure out what was wrong, because you would basically channel the earth through the song. I keep on hearing something like you would never sing the same song twice for that reason. Like there was the observation of you effectively being able to utilize, like I keep on hearing like you were utilizing that as acting. And it's interesting too, because I don't know if you noticed, like, hold on. As I started reading, my throat chakra started getting like really, really, really wonky, which is like you would effectively be like, I know what's wrong based on the song, is what I keep on being like getting. Like I keep wondering, I know what's wrong based on the song. And I'm literally seeing a situation where you would show up and someone would be like, what's wrong? And you'd be like, I don't know yet. I haven't started singing. I see someone being like, what's wrong? And you're like, give me a minute. I haven't started. I don't know yet. I'm also learning about this. Like, is when I keep on getting, like, I see a situation where people would ask you to try to give them, like, I feel like you had to be on, I keep wondering, you had to be there. This is not something you could do remotely, is what I get. That's why you were traveling so much. Because I almost see you being like, I don't know, I can't tell you what's wrong until I get there because I don't know what song I'm gonna sing, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know what song I'm gonna sing. I'm not over there. I can't tell you until I get there. Um, so, this is, and you'll remember, okay? And then you'll remember, I keep on seeing an energetic life where there were others that wanted to learn how to do this, and you just flat out said, no, no. Like I see this. Like I told you, there was an agreement. Remember, I said there was a bunch of you made an agreement. You're like, we don't do this anymore. This is done because I almost see a situation or a circumstance where there was something that was happening that it didn't feel so much. I keep on hearing it's supposed to be a prescription, not a treasure hunt, is what I keep on hearing. It was supposed to be a prescription, not a treasure hunt. And I feel like I think I articulated that there was something that was came to an agreement between and some others about the fact that it did not feel like the intentions of those around you could be energetically trusted. So it was just the energetic observation of saying, like, this is why I get, like, I cannot stress to you that I keep on seeing a life where you passed on that you said, this is why you can't have nice things. Is what I keep on getting. This is, you can't have nice things, is what I keep on hearing. This is why we can't have nice things, is because somebody's like, because the whole idea of saying when you have a nice thing, you don't exploit a nice thing, is what I keep on hearing, right? I keep on hearing you cultivate a nice thing so that it continues to be a nice thing. You don't exploit a nice thing. And so the thing about you still having that connection is, like, I feel like you've got a witch wound around the singing. I can see you, like, you've still got a witch wound in relationality to the past life and singing, because I feel like, and I would really articulate this if you feel like some sense of, like, I don't, because here's the thing about it, I don't get a kind of sense of shame when you sing. I've got a wariness that I'm sensing that you pick up on. I got a wariness. I got a wariness. I don't have any, like, this is I will point out, most people don't sing because they're embarrassed. And I'm gonna tell you right now, the way I'm gonna give you a validation, the way you're gonna be able to know if the confirmation you're gonna have is, I'm gonna tell you that most of us don't sing because we're worried that we're going to make fool of ourselves. If you're worried about singing and you're wary, if you're not worried, if you're not embarrassed, you're wary, that let that serve as your energetic confirmation in relationality to your connection to the singing, is what I keep on seeing. Because I'll tell you right now, most are not wary about singing. Most are embarrassed about singing. But I keep on getting you. I see every time I read for you, I'm getting, look at this. This is star in its reversal, which is the energy that's not, like, this is how you can tell. This is how you can tell that it's a witch wound, because you're not embarrassed. You're worried about what's going to happen. That is the definition that we articulate upon when we carry a witch wound. We're not embarrassed. We're worried. We're worried. Yeah, I see you being like, I can't let others know I have this gift. I can't let others know, because I see that when you do, you, like, blow the doors off of it. It's not, I mean, and here's the thing about it. It's not, I'm not saying this in the context that there's something that's going to happen in energetic response to you singing. I need to stress this. You understand? Like, often you understand that when we talk about witch wounds, it's the carry. I feel like, again, witch wound creates like a negative connotation for something. A witch wound is determined upon something that would have caused us a big problem in a past life. Like, that's the best way we want to articulate upon what a witch wound is, right? Like, this was like, this would have, like, this would have been like, this is not something I could have done. And so I feel like that's why you're working through that energetic apprehension point, because I see, like, I almost see that, like, when you start to come into that space, you're like, I can almost be like, whoa, what's happening? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because it's the observation of you coming into the space of feeling comfortable, being energetically intuitive again. So I feel like, I think that there's something really important around that, because I keep on seeing, you'll know this because you're like, if you understand that apprehension feels out of place, um, this is this is where I'm getting, like I told you, like this is where I'm getting a little bit of that fuzziness, because it's like I almost feel like it's the past life arguing with the present life and being like, you know, like and I don't, and like I'm not saying this in the and I need to point this out. There's no context by which you're not breaking an agreement, because I feel like, even in the space that you're effectively, tapping into this, it's I feel like I keep on getting the energetic message on something that says that the ability, there's something very Akashic connected to it. And we've kind of talked about this to a certain extent, because I remember I told you that like there was something I'm seeing in your Akashic about you arguing about coming back. Like this is about, like, this is like some of that tea, if you will. This is like the whole thing that was connected to it, which is the space of being like, I'm not coming back until they learn their life. Remember, like I told you, like I'm not coming back until these obligations are fulfilled, and someone being like, okay, bottom of the deck, especially with the King of Pentacles in its reversal. I keep on hearing, it's interesting because I'm getting a message on this. Like I keep on hearing the earth misses good listeners. The earth misses good listeners, which is the space by which the earth says it's nice to have someone to talk to. And so when you and it's really funny because just as you said in the comments, how does this heal the earth? Like I just want to point out, like can I show you? Do you see these cards right now? It's nice. It's nice. You know what it means. It's nice to have someone to talk to. It's nice to have someone to talk to, is what I get, is what I keep on seeing. So I would be very conscientious. I would actually say, like, you might want to try something about going out into nature and just seeing how that helps your song practice, is what I keep on seeing, right? Because I keep on hearing like, well, like I think it's funny because you were like, like I see you being like, I almost feel like you looked at a moment and said, "What? How is talking help?" And like the energy was like, it's nice to have someone to talk to. Like you're like talking, it's like, right? It's like it's nice. It's nice to have someone to talk to that's just not looking to get. I keep on hearing it's nice to have someone to talk to that's not just looking from what they can get from you, is what I keep on hearing them say. It's nice to have someone to talk to that's not just looking for what they can get from you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not leave for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Wesley. Welcome from South Africa. You're welcome to ask any questions, but if you want a reading, those are donation based. All you have to do is send a donation. I'll be happy to add you to the list. Okay, and I hope that helps. Thank you, dear. All right, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Under General, I got you, dear. I'm good. Thanks for asking. Maybe if you can remember again. That's a lot of pressure, Per. That's a lot of pressure. All right. That would be great because we're due for a big one out here. Oh, Nikki. I've meditated on those and they're not happening from the earth. Yeah. You see that, Bridget? Like even your energetic connection. That's fascinating. Makes sense. Yep. Always, but used to be a better balance. Exactly. It makes me sad. Yep. Not embarrassed to sing. I'll tell you right now, most of us don't sing because we're embarrassed to sing. Yep, it's apprehension. Thank you for confirming the reading. I feel like I'm doing things sometimes that make no sense, but feel right. Confirmation, right? You're just, following your intuition. Oh, I didn't mean, I hope they're happy tears, dear. Hi there, Pictish. Yes, I feel that. Sing to some trees. Yes. The dog walking has definitely helped. I can imagine. These lyrics are stuck in my head. Sing your own special song, even if nobody else sings along. I like that, BC. Thank you as well, Alexandra. I talk to the trees all the time and tell them how pretty they are. Oh, I love that. That was beautiful. Thank you for having that opportunity. Let me read on it. So funny too, because I make up songs all the time. That's what I meant. Go out somewhere into the woods and start singing and see what comes out. Kimoy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I feel like I'm in an X-Men movie right now. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. All right, next person we're reading for today. If anybody else wants to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person. You'll be the fourth person read for. For those who are interested in getting on the list today, we've got life path readings, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right, next person we are reading for today is... We are reading for Haley. Haley, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Haley's reading, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The cow. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right. I got you, Haley. One moment, please. And just a reminder, if there's anyone on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, please go ahead and comment and let me know, and I'll add you back to the list. Also, friends, we're at 70.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. Haley, and guys, I pinned up Haley here. Make sure to give Haley a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. Can I please read on the path aligned with my highest good? I got you, dear. Mind, body, and spirit. Okay. And thank you, Haley. We're going to be doing 5 cards for you. Thank you for your patience in getting on the list today. I want to do mind, body, spirit, 2 of advice. Thank you. Mind, body. Thank you. Spirit. Okay. Thank you. 2 for spirit, apparently. And 1 more, please. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Whew. What a reading. Okay. So the one thing I'm seeing is I feel like I'm identifying the fact, like the mind space. I keep on seeing you are someone. You have to just recognize the fact that you're someone who needs an energetic challenge. Okay? You are not for everybody, because I keep on hearing you are not confrontational, but you bore easy is what I keep on getting. And I keep on seeing the difference between I keep on hearing the difference between arguing and bickering is that when we bicker, we like to be energetically tested to make sure that something we feel is correct. Right? Like bickering is not, I keep on hearing, bickering is not abusive. Bickering is how we fortify something, because bickering, I keep hearing bickering is like bird song, is what I get. Bickering is like bird song. We do it to find, and what does song do? Bird song, bickering is like bird song because it helps us harmonize, right? Which is with the space by which, when we, like the playfulness by which we toy, like the playfulness by which we poke at each other, is the adoration of the observation of the ability of saying, I see you and I love what I see. And I love what I see so much that I can sing you completely, is what I keep on hearing. Bickering is saying to someone, I sing you completely, which is the space by which you bicker, because you say, I sing you completely, because you're like, I see all of you and I still delight in it. I feel like you can't bicker with someone who is insecure about themselves. Because if they can't see themselves clearly and you start bickering with them, they're going to take it as a slight. I know it stinks. I know you don't mean it like that, but you have to understand that's not, and I keep on hearing that requires two different things. First of all, it's like the person that's going to be in energetic alignment with you is someone who needs to be very secure in themselves. And also, you have to be conscientious and careful with building that type of energetic connection with someone to make sure. I keep on hearing it, you have to kind of look. And I know this is going to be hard. You have to look at you're going to start to care about yourself when you say, if they can't take the heat, then you need to get out of their kitchen, is what I keep on hearing. If they can't take heat, you need to get out of their kitchen, which is the space by which you have to make sure that you keep healthy distance. And it's going to be hard, because I see some energy wanting to get close to you, but they can't stand your heat, right? Not you can't always get what you want, because sometimes the reason that we say you can't always get what you want is sometimes you're not equipped to handle what you want. And I keep on seeing, like, working through that. Like, that's why the song says you get what you need, because the difference between getting what we want and getting what we need, that distance closes as we become more secure in ourselves. So yeah, I feel like that's what I feel like. I see this. I feel like you have to heal right now from some situations or circumstances where another person desired you or wanted to be in proximity to you, but they couldn't pass the muster in relationality to that. And I feel like that's hard, because I feel like a lot of that energy potentially being like trying to project that onto you. And I can almost see you saying, like, if you're saying to someone, I didn't do anything wrong, this is why, right? The song you will hear when you're navigating another person's insecurity is, I didn't do anything wrong, right? Beyond being the self. So just be conscientious of that as you continue forward. Body wise, the reason I see that too is because often, I keep on hearing, often energy that is insecure will go after your body, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the song that you will have as the song of someone intimidated by you, but can energetically keep up to you, is going to put a lot of criticism on your energetic body, right? And I know that's difficult to hear too, but that's what I mean. I keep on hearing, when we are in a secure space with ourselves, we don't poke fun at other people's vessels. And the only time that we make comments on another person's vessel is when we are insecure within our own. So I feel like this is a lot of the message I'm getting for, like, the mind body connection right now is working on protecting your energetic boundaries, adoring the body, like I keep hearing, adoring the body that you're in, adoring what you're looking for in connection, and then observing and absorbing the energetic relationships of those that want to come towards you because they have a tendency of idealizing you, but then do not have the energetic security in the self to be able to actually be with you. And this brings us to the spirit energy, which is why I like gasped out loud when I drew these two cards in accordance with each other, which is to say, I feel like I see you kind of in that space now. Honoring yourself is going to require you to have to walk away from those that are not up to your energetic standards. And I feel like it's really hard right now. And I like to point this out. I always like to remember, you guys hear me say this all the time. Double wands together. It's not that you can't have them, but it has to make sure you have the same desire, right? That the difference between a healthy energetic connection is wanting the same things. It's not fueled on desire, it's fueled on where something is going. And I feel like that's a problem. Like, I feel like the more you come into the understanding of the self, it's recognizing the relationships that come to you that are too short-sighted. And what does a short-sighted relationship look like? A short-sighted relationship is an energy that sees you as the manifestation goal. I keep on hearing people are not manifestation goals unless we are short-sighted. People are not manifestation goals unless we are short-sighted, because people are not portals, which is the space by which we say, if I had that person in my life, everything would change. Nothing changes when others enter our life. We arrive to a healthy relationship. So I feel like that's a lot of the work that you yourself have to navigate in relationality to working through the context of those that potentially feel like they gravitate to you, but like aren't able to like aren't feeling energetically secure on themselves. They're more in like, and I like to point out the issue with a Knight of Wands is someone who is more looking for something rather than growing something, right? Like, this is the energy of someone that is seeking instead of finding. So making sure that someone is taking something with the seriousness that you yourself are taking it, not just looking towards a relationship as an energetic possessive point, which is the space by which another person sees a person as an ornament or sees a person as someone that is decorative, not someone that they're energetically building upon or building with. And a final card we got in relationality to that is, like, again, the Four of Swords, which, again, I keep on hearing your standards will tell you everything you need to know about who you allow close to you. Because the difference between respecting wishes is the space by which we don't articulate the pain of having to tolerate another person's standards, right? It's not too much to ask if it's something that is reciprocal. But you would be surprised how quickly someone that does not hold our standards will tell us that we are ruining a good thing for having them. A healthy relationship is never ruined by articulating upon standards. A healthy relationship raises those standards. It doesn't blame one for holding them. And I feel like a lot of that work, it says to me, like, I feel like it's really complicated, because I wouldn't be surprised too if you have a lot of energy that tries to come back towards you from the past to see if you're still in the space wherein they left you, because I keep on seeing, like, our standards do not change over time. They strengthen, they don't lower. So making sure that someone isn't trying to build a point of them talking about the fact that your standards are hurting them, or that you're being like, I keep on hearing, like, you're not, like, it's not like like the space by which another person says, like, why are you doing this to me? And you're saying, I'm not doing anything, I'm asking for the bare minimum. Like, that's the energy that, like, making sure another person isn't trying to express the fact that you're like hurting them for having standards. And I keep on hearing, if those standards are not directed at them, but they're just something that you hold in accordance to everyone, The observation of another person taking our standards personally often tells us everything we need to know about why we were energetically avoiding something in the first place. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Knight of Pentacles, Knight of Pentacles, and its reversal. So it's more of a continuation on what we were speaking towards, right? It's more of that continuation of understanding. The funny thing with having a standard is someone that doesn't hold them will express that we're ridiculous for having them, while someone who does will express shock in the fact that we have to state them. There's something really important about the difference there because it's very similar and very nuanced. The difference between someone trying to mock us for having them, right? Someone who gets volatile and takes it personally and says like, I can't believe you would even say such a thing like that, right? Like that it's working in the context of another person. I keep on hearing like literally like becoming overly sensitive about a standard versus someone that looks to us and says, oh, well, of course. Why versus someone being like I wouldn't like the shock that we would even have to state it because it's so obvious. I keep on hearing like the slight difference that speaks volumes because I keep on hearing we don't we don't get incredulous. We don't take it personally that another person has a standard unless it stands in our way. They want you to write that down. We don't take it personally when someone has a standard unless it stands in their way. We don't, I just keep on hearing, we don't take a standard personally unless it stands in our way. So I keep on saying, don't feel like you have to bend over backwards to someone who's being hypersensitive about your standards. Observe, don't absorb. They're telling you everything you need to know. And I feel like that can be really difficult because I feel like the energy that's going to be in connection to you is the energy that says, I keep on hearing the energy that for you is going to be speechless in the space of saying, I recognize and identify the fact that you have to articulate that because you've experienced something that's gone beyond the pale, right? I keep on hearing the sympathy as opposed to the audacity will tell you everything you need to know about the energetic connection. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Haley. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 70K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 1, 2, 3rd person read for. We are doing life path readings here, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right. Hold on a minute. I know, I love that card too, Haley. I saw the fox cat in my dream last night. Maybe I should change the animals. That's wild. I saw a lion in my dream last night. I saw a bunch of animals in my dream last night. It was wild. I had a wild dream last night. Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're welcome, Haley. Oh, I've already got goosebumps. I've always been that way, non-confrontational, ready for a challenge. It's a good way to be. And that's why I keep on seeing, you don't need to apologize when you're feeling defensive. You just need to articulate why something's bringing that out in you. I like this one. I might have to do it. Yes, any bickering is seen as an attack, and it feels like I'm getting misunderstood. Thank you for confirmation, Haley. I love that. That's how I feel about my partner, 100%. I love them, good and bad. Exactly. Tap to claim. Thank you as well, Haley. I got to get out of their kitchen. My insecurity has been definitely hurting us. Absolutely, Haley. I needed to hear this too. Thank you, Autumn. That's fair. This is true. Absolutely. My girl, I know. Did you see that energy? It's a great message for all of us. Can't get with the queen, then get out. Yep, this is wild. He and I do feel like we have different intentions. I mentioned you said about putting a timeline on progress you want to make, and it seemed to help a bit. I'm very glad to hear that, Haley. Definitely doing so much inner work during this cycle, sending you support on that journey. My precious. I like that. I like that, Bridget. This particular message was so needed. I'm so glad, dear. Yep, that voice is stuck in my head now. I had 2 dudes from the past message me in the last month, and I had to be like, be gone. Nice. I like that. Rebuke. Bare minimum. I'm tired of expressing this just to be dismissed with I'm doing better. Like, no, I'm going to need to get me one of these here readings. My inbox is full of unread. Hey, how you been? The ones that come up back after month, like seriously. Uno rebuke. Mine were after 2 years. Like, where on earth did you come from? I never reply, but they keep saying the same thing every so often. I miss talking to you. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Oh, you're so welcome, dear. And thank you for having that reading with me and sending you support on your journey. Mine are like, hey, how you been? Or you're looking well. I had a guy who basically ghost me when I finally agreed to a date with him and texted 6 months later. Oh my gosh, Nikki. I have a tendency to feed ego. No, I mean, listen, we all have that tendency. You know, it happens to all of us. Like, no, you gave up on the mission. I like that. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, all right, the next person we're reading for is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. And while we wait for Alexandra's question, let's do another intuition check. Deep, I don't think the reading itself was prejudicial. I think it's more about recognizing and identifying intentions, if that makes sense. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'm going to reveal the card. 10. Hannah, thank you. I'll confirm. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The hind. All right, let's continue. All right. It's on the disc. Thank you for letting me know. And Hannah, can you give me the initial on where you sent the donation? Not the full name of the place, just the initial, please. Thank you. He blamed it on like being out of town. And I was like, phones don't work in Michigan. Good answer, Nikki. I like that. I like that. The list is open, Nikki. Oh, thank you, Hannah. I'll confirm you right now, dear. All right. And also, friends, we're at 70.9K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting that reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. All right. I got you, Hannah. All right. And you'll be read for after Ava. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. Cow, hind. Cow is not the same as a hind. Nice try. Excellent. All right. And again, is this inside T or outside T? All right. Hold on. Okay. Outside T. Got you. I'm at a point where I'm considering going all in on entrepreneurship. That's great. I'm struggling to commit full time to roles that don't align with my values or goals. It feels like I'm forcing myself into environments that aren't meant for me. Monetizing what I love feels unnatural. So I've leaned towards stability by default. I'm ready to take a leap of faith. Any advice? I wonder how my Pluto Sagittarius second house ties into this. I feel like I've been imagining myself on a horse, crossing lands, living off the land more often recently, just yearning to be free. I hope it's not escapism, but I really am getting anxiety over this. Okay, beautifully stated. Can I please get 4 cards for Alexandra? Highest priority messages and relationality to advice going forward, and 2 more. It's really interesting. Um, so I feel like what's interesting about it is when I'm reading into career, they're actually talking more in the context of needs, which is, I feel like, and I think it's really interesting that you brought up that, hold on, I'm going to pin up Alexandra here as well. Guys, make sure to give Alexandra a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. I think there's something really important in relationality to the observation of like what your manifestation goals are. I feel like I think that there needs to be an acceptance point in the fact that you've got a new dream now, is what I keep on seeing. Um, like there's something, hold on a minute. There's something that I'm seeing, like there's something that I'm recognizing here that is saying to me, hold on a minute, let me like walk you through this. I feel like up until this point, there was something that you were doing in relationality to like feeling the need to energetically prove yourself to another in some kind of way, shape, form, or fashion. And I think that one of the things that I keep on seeing here, and that's what I keep on recognizing, that you're having that vision, if you will, of someone like, I love the way you described it, like being on a horse and crossing lands and living off the land more recently. I think what's wild about it is it's actually saying to me that you kind of moved into hermit mode, right? Which isn't, it's like, it's almost like it's not the desire to move towards the crowd, it's the desire to move away from it. And I think that that is effectively what we're talking about, like that in its way is the identification point of Pluto and Sagittarius in the second house, because it's working through the energetic contradiction in relationality to not wanting to follow the energetic direction of others, right? It kind of like it's like I would not be surprised if you sometimes spearhead things or you're ahead of things before others kind of get on board with them, right? Because Pluto in Sagittarius in the second house is like it's following intuition at a moment where others think you're being crazy until you do something and it makes logical sense. So I feel like there is something about that as it relates to answering that energetic call, because I don't think it's the first time that you've done that. Um, the thing I think that is important though is, and I think that what's wild about it is they're saying that the thing that you need to do more than anything is energetically crunch numbers. I know you don't like that. I know you don't like that. I know you don't like that, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on hearing, when we energetically crunch numbers, and I keep on getting this about a manifestation goal, it's not the fact that you can't do something. It's making sure that something is energetically possible, not based on the hope in terms of where it will go, but where you find it at this exact moment, right? Which is making sure and understanding that a manifestation goal is possible, because I keep on hearing, we don't dream through the manifestation goal. We look towards what we have to figure out how we can make it energetically work. So I think that that is the question that you need to articulate upon if you want to take that energetic leap, which is not building onto, I keep on hearing, I know, like, the making sure that what you're following right now is not prime, is, I mean, like, it's important that you have the feeling in your heart, right? Like, that's good. But also, like, I feel like I keep on seeing there is a benchmark. There's a benchmark that you need to arrive to that says something is energetically sustainable. And I keep on seeing that I keep on here feeling like you're close to it. Like, I've got this, especially with the King of Cups and the Four of Wands, right? Like, the conversation is not whether you can do it. The question you need to ask yourself right now is, can you make it work? Which is not the space by which you say, I anticipate that this is what will happen if I go all in, but the space that says, even if that doesn't happen, I can do it now, energetically, regardless. So I keep on seeing, make sure that let that benchmark be the baton that your future self is handing to your present self, because that is, I keep on hearing that benchmark saying, when I am able to get to this, then I know that I will be okay. We'll make sure that you can, I keep on seeing, like you said, making sure, and I feel like that is the vision of the desert, right? Because I keep on getting with, like, even the fact that your own vision on where you see yourself on the pathwork right now. I need to stress that that is the message that's coming through in the vision of you on a horse, crossing lands, living on the land, as opposed to energetically riding through a desert, right? Because when we're energetically riding through a desert, we say, I don't know how much longer I can do this, right? Versus the ability of saying, oh, no, 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 this is fine. I'm good. I don't need much. I don't need much. I don't need much. I know exactly what I need. And that the environment, right? The ground that I find myself in can sustain me at, like perpetually. Okay. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, there it is. And that's what I mean. Like, it says to me, like, I keep on hearing, if you're very, like, I feel like if you're not there currently, you could be there, but it might have to require, and again, what does someone on a horse living off the land need to be? They need to be energetically lean. So make sure that you're observing, right? Like, I keep on hearing, let the manifestation go, like, I keep on hearing, do the numbers, right? You don't have to say, I keep on hearing, there might be something that you look at and you say, I'm not hoping for it, I'm doing it, right? The moment the manifestation goal becomes the manifestation is when you don't say, I hope that happens. You say, I'm actively doing it. If I make a couple changes, this is my reality, right? So I see that you're already in the process of doing so. So just, I keep on seeing, like, make sure, like, I almost see like there, you might have to, like, track your progress right now. Like, see how much something has changed. See if something is energetically sustainable, right? And I keep on hearing, a leap becomes a step when there's something underneath our foot. So I keep on seeing, like, you're very, like, especially these cards are saying you're very close to that right now. And I keep on seeing, with a few modifications and alterations, the leap becomes the step, because it doesn't feel like something you're hoping for. It feels like something that you're seeing that's currently happening in reality, right? You're like, it's like, I see you saying, like, it's not something that you say that you have to, you're working towards. It's something you say, like, I'm already doing it. I've already hit that energetic benchmark point. So make sure you're identifying what that benchmark is. So that way it doesn't, like, so that way you're not reaching for it. You're able to, like, understand and recognize what that milestone is going to be, that allows you to understand the secure step that helps you move fully into the new energetic manifestation goal. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you'd like to be on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Also, friends, we're at 71.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Come on, Biscuit. Absolutely. My dream is also to live off the land in a small cottage in the middle of nowhere, right? So that's what I think, like, that's what I like. Oh, absolutely. Thank you for also receiving that message, Bridget. Funny because I just turned 29. Let's all do it together. I like it. Yeah, exactly. Don't play with me. Look at you at the top of the screen. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Alexandra. So like I said, like I keep on seeing, like, crunch those numbers right now and then see what changes you have to make. Yeah, I'm being called to embody experiences, and personally, like, yeah, I see it. Like there's a lot of that I can like, yeah, especially like I keep on seeing like making sure, like I just keep on hearing a leap becomes a step when they're sure footing is what I keep on hearing. So a leap becomes a step when there's sure footing. So make sure you have that that sure footing so that the leap doesn't feel like a leap. It feels like a logical next step. Thank you again, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list is Ava. No, wait, correction. Oracle Erica. Oracle Erica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Ava, you're after Oracle Erica, and when we get before we begin our next reading, let's do an intuition check. Okay, I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird, thank you guys for participating. All right. Hold on, just answering Alexandra's question. It wasn't an animal spiritual card. I think you're talking about the other 2 cards I had from another deck. It was the 4 of Wands, and the it was the 4 of Wands with the, hold on a minute. There it is. No, sorry. It was, no, that's what it was. It was the 4 of Wands with the King of Cups in its reversal. And that's what I keep, like, that's what I meant about the message being, it's not a leap if it's a logical next step. And the way you identify that is sure footing, because it's not the space of saying, this is what I hope is going to happen. It's the energy that says, this is what's actually happening, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure, like I said, make sure that you're crunching those numbers right now to see what's possible, and not dwelling. Don't dwell in. I keep wondering. Don't dwell in the realm of what you hope to happen. Let the reality fortify you. Is what I keep on seeing. All right, Alexa. Okay, hold on a minute. And next person on the list right now is, one moment. I know I just saw Oracle Erica's question. I just got to find it. Benchmark being the stability. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like they're saying basically, like make sure that you're seeing, like don't look for what you hope to happen. Look for the path by which it becomes possible in the present. Yeah, not the expectations on what it should be. I know what I can be perfectionist about it. Yep. It's like, I can work under these conditions is the question you need to ask yourself right now. Okay, where were we? Where did Oracle Erica go? I just saw her. Am I I swear she was up here and now I can't see her. Oh, there you are. I got you, dear. Okay, perfect. And I'm pinned up Oracle Erica. Guys, make sure to give Oracle Erica a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. Let's see. Can I get highest priority, please, for Oracle Erica? Core cards. And two more. Oh, wow. Holy moly. You know, this is a this is like a really intense reading, so I'm just trying to get to it. Um, you know, there's something to be said. Um, like, you know, there's something to be said about when we know somebody really, 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 really well. Um, and especially when we know someone for a long time, is what I keep on seeing. Because I am getting some kind of like energy around something that's saying like when we're good, we're very, very good, and when we're bad, we're horrible. Is what I'm kind of getting in this reading, which is like the context of it's like the context by which like I keep on hearing same energy, old wounds. You know, it's things get harder. Like the experience. This is what we talk about with the experience of being known being so difficult because when you can read somebody like a book, they don't need to say something. You can just tell. You can just tell when something's energetically off, is what I keep on seeing. Um, and I feel like I almost feel like you and another person need to prioritize doing some things and stepping out of your comfort zone, is what I'm really getting here. Because like I almost see you and another person are really, really good. You have a tendency of going into hermit mode, is what I'm identifying. And the thing about hermit mode is, you know, and this is what I mean. On one hand, the gift of a healthy partnership is the space by which we can go into hermit mode, right? Because we become so comfortable with one another that, you know, like that is like almost that is a benchmark of a healthy partnership. But sometimes the I keep on hearing Sometimes we go into a rut when we're too much in hermit mode, because if we have that tendency of being like, I keep wondering, if we have that tendency of retreating, right? Or we have that a tendency of going into escapist places, we can almost like lose the connection we have with one another, is what I keep on seeing. So that's what I mean in terms of potentially, like, it's giving me like the need, like, I keep on hearing it's nice to dress up, is what I keep on hearing. Like, that's the funny part about the reading. It says it's nice to dress up. It's nice to have, like, it's nice to do something to look forward to, is what I'm getting. And I keep on hearing, um, we don't do that because we don't do that. We don't do that because we have to. We sometimes do it because we have to step out of the environment where we're in hermit mode to be able to connect with each other, is what I keep on seeing. So it's actually saying to me, like, you may want to talk to someone right now, like, about like having some kind of like regular, like, it's giving me like almost like some kind of regular date night. You know what I mean? Like some kind of night that you say to one another, we're just going to prioritize on the energetic connection, right? We're not gonna create that space of retreating, but we're just going to have like a period where we step away to reconnect. Um, and I know, like, and I almost like, I feel like, I see this kind of like, like, I don't know if you got like a heavy earth sign energy around you, but like if there's something here, um, if someone says that they don't feel like they have enough time to do that, that's often why we have to, right? Because it's almost saying to me, like, it's almost like I keep on hearing it's like meditation. Like I keep on hearing it's like the rhyme that they say with meditation, which is to say you should meditate like for 10 minutes a day. And if you feel like you don't have time, it should be 20 minutes, right? Which is a space by which, if you're in the mentality where you feel like it's too much effort, then it needs to be done, because I keep on hearing it's never too much effort. We shouldn't feel overwhelmed to be able to prioritize the energetic connection, because the energetic connection that is healthy allows the context of being able to get more done instead of less done, is what I keep on seeing. Um, Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the 5 of swords in its reversal, you know? I don't know where this is coming from, but I feel like there's almost something here that's coming through that needs, I don't know where this is coming from. I've got some kind of energetic jealousy that's arriving, like, in a situation. And I need to stress this, if something like this is happening. You can't offer you can't offer an invitation. I keep wondering, you can't extend an invitation to someone and then they decline it. And then you go ahead and do it with someone else. And then someone feels energetically jealous about it. I don't know why this is coming through, but if something in the context of explaining something like this is happening, it needs to be addressed, because that's a catch 22. That's a catch 22, and it's not healthy. You can't say to someone, "Would you like to come?" And then they say, "No, I want to stay here." And then you go ahead and do that thing with someone else. And now they've got fear of missing out, or now they're getting deep in their feels about the fact that you're not energetically there. We don't do that to each other, because I keep on seeing, when we care about each other, we don't we don't want to limit our experiences. We want to expand upon them. So I feel like like working through, I keep on hearing, and that's not okay to do because that can sometimes feel like someone who gets punished. Like that sometimes can create the space of feeling like one is being, you can't take one at face value, right? Because we should never feel like a yes is going to result in a consequence. And there may be a conversation that you have to have with someone if circumstances like that are happening. And I feel like, again, that's the way you have to phrase it. A yes should never come with a consequence, which is the space by which someone says, you can do whatever you want. I give you my blessing. And then immediately becomes clear afterwards that there's some kind of recursive action that's happening because someone did not want us to do something. When we're in a healthy space, we don't operate energetic passive aggressively, which is we don't get upset on something that we said that we're energetically okay with. So if that's happening, make sure that you're communicating upon it so that you can identify and recognize what you can do to help like avoid that type of situation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Oracle Erica. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to, because I keep on hearing it's healthy. I keep on hearing it's healthy to have a relationship that allows, I keep on hearing that allows the expansiveness where like, it's like it builds like comprehensiveness is the space where we see another person doing something, even if we don't feel like we're doing, like we do it and we feel joy about that, right? So make sure that you're embodying that and make sure that you're articulating through that too. Thank you so much, Oracle Erica, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the fourth person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation. Hold on, Ava. That's clearly your card. Okay, that's Ava's card on the floor. You see how fast that fly? You see how you see? Did you see that one? Just had something to say. Just hanging out over there. If you would like to get on the list, that was great. If you'd like to get on the list right now, what did you just say something to someone that you didn't mean to say? Did something just slip out? Is what I keep on seeing. If you'd like to get on the list right now, it's 4 cards. You'll be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, I've been exhausted and made a schedule. Hold on a minute. Let me just pack up. Also, Alexandra, very true. Not expectations of what it should be, how I can perfect about it on it. Yes, exactly. Okay. She said, yep, I got it. Thank you. Followed. Yes. And Nikki, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Put your party pants on, girl. Yes, we've been exhausted and made a schedule to make reconnecting easier, but he's so far inward. Yeah, like emotionally avoidant. Good point. Yep. With my friends. He won't spend time with me, but gets upset if I spend time anywhere else. Like, and that's what I keep on hearing. A yes, make sure you're talking to someone and saying a yes shouldn't come with consequences, right? Because when we start building into that space, we start losing trust in each other. Yep, we won't prioritize. Say what you mean and mean what you say, exactly. I got you, Ava. All right, before we continue with Ava's reading, let's do an intuition check. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's a foxy cat purr? It's a frog. We'll continue. We'll do that again after the next reading. Also, friends, we're at 72.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 100K in no time. All right, I have to go collect Ava's card. And let me just pin up Ava here. We want to make sure we're supporting each other across the platforms. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 1, 2, 3, you'll be the 4th person read for. We do life path readings here, highest party messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right. Hold on. I have to go collect Ava's card. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. Yes, getting all saucy at me. Did you hear her snoring? She's just snoring away over there. She's like, why are you coming over here? Okay. Can I get another one? Okay, it was a nine of pentacles in its reversal. Thank you. And can I get 2 more, please? Whoa. Whoa. Woohoo! I like it. I like it. Let me pin you up. I mean, I think it's really important because, hold on a minute. Where'd you go? I want to pin. Okay. Let me pin you again. So, I mean, the best way to describe this is, and I feel like there's, the best way to kind of move in terms of getting closer to Dharma is saying, again, it's not about serve them right. It's about understanding the right thing to do. It's not, it's like that. That's the best way I can describe the reading that I see here, which is the context of understanding that, we are energetically instrumental in relationality to how we navigate situations. And, I think it's really interesting too, because I feel like earlier today, somebody brought up like the difference between Piscean thinking and Aquarian thinking, which is, I feel like Piscean, like to a certain extent, like when we're deep in our feels, right? When we're operating the space of our feelings and we're just looking to have our feelings satisfied and something awful happens, we're like, serves them right. You know what I mean? Like serves them right. You know what I mean? It's like that, it's that space by which we feel vindicated because another person has to go through something that we ourselves go through, And we all have that tendency within us, you know? When we are looking towards compassion, I feel like the major signifier between moving through karma and dharma is working through the context of not feeling energetically satisfied that someone gets their just deserves, but the context of understanding that it's an honor to be on the earth, and the ability to, there's no greater gift that we give to others than to do everything we can to spread the energetic good as much as we can. And so I feel like in relationality to this reading, the guides say, allow that perception to help fortify your own approach as it relates to moving into a space where, and I feel like the best way you can articulate it is looking at situations and not saying, why is this happening? but articulating and saying, how can I energetically bless the situation, right? Which is the observation of not experiencing the world and the consequence of saying like, oh, this is what we deserve. Like, but saying, what can I do that can move something in the accordance, that something becomes energetically better. And I know it's difficult, you know, I know. And here's the thing about it, that does not require one, like that does not require one to bend over backwards in situations that feel like they don't honor the self. Because and the way you can identify this is that approach starts first and foremost with the self, right? It doesn't require you to be in the space where you're perpetually exhausting the self, or where you're putting work, like a ridiculous amount of work into something that is not moving in accordance with what you hope it to be. But the space by which you can look at a situation and say to something and say, I blessed it all I can. Like I leave the rest to you. I leave the rest to you. You know what I mean? Like that modality is also the Dharma of letting go, because it's not the space by which we force that intention into something, but we look at it as our blessing, as giving things grease to move in the direction that we hope that they'll move towards. And also by giving some and looking at it almost like giving it grease helps us look at it as again the sense of compassion that also expresses release. Because when we give something grease, we're not expecting something back for it. It's just the modality by which we find ourselves, right? It's allowing that hope to be the gift, right? And again, like when you're in the space that you don't look towards the things that you do with the expectation that they're going to come back to you, but just the joy of being able to do something and knowing in your heart that it was something that felt like it was right. Like that's often like the modality that we aim to strive for, because it's allowing, like that's what we work towards in the context of like healing. Like the journey of the warrior is not the expectation of having a result towards action, but understanding and recognizing that peace is its own reward. Like there's nothing more beautiful than the space of being able to move through an energetic existence where we look towards something and we're not looking at it from the perspective of the self entirely, but trying to effectively recognize and find our own bliss, and also trying to do everything we can to share that bliss to the best of our ability, not only for ourselves, but to everyone around us. Bottom of the deck on this reading is the magician, right? I'm not surprised to see the magician here, right? Because, and we talk a lot about this, and this is why, like, a good way, right? And the good way to help navigate if you have something that you're trying to put forward to, right? If you're not sure if something that you're doing feels like it is blessed, the best way that you can identify it, and I love the fact that the magician popped up, is a healthy manifestation goal is one that feels like it can be mutually shared. A healthy manifestation goal should be one that feels like it's mutually shared. So if you're working through something and you've got anxiety as to whether it's creating karma or dharma, you have to ask yourself, is there something about that manifestation goal that I see it occur around me feels like something that I would experience from a place of joy, or would it bother me? Would it bother me? Would it energetically bother me? Right? Because that observation, like allowing that to help energetically regulate and form, like it's not that we can ever, and that's the thing about it. Like when we, like anything that we create, like this is the difficulty about being in the energetic experience of the self. We never know the direction things will take, but the observation of doing, not just not just following our energetic bliss, but being energetically mindful in the bliss that we would want others to share with us, right? The generosity of the manifestation goal that creates a sense of abundance. It's the observation of something that we would desire for ourselves, but also for those around us, that allow us to navigate situations with a sense of like not just saying how can I bless the situation, but how can I honor it? because it's a space by which we look towards our actions as an energetic legacy point, not just to ourselves, but to the world around us. So I feel like if you're already doing that work, like I feel like the hard part about it is I see that you're healing from some experiences or situations where potentially someone took a lot of advantage of your empathy. And I feel like that, again, I keep on hearing, like the guides are saying to me, you don't have to look at something and feel like you need to forgive something that happened to you in order to find that sense of integrity, right? Healing is not about forgiving things that feel like they were energetically intentional, but the ability of not being changed by them, right? Not letting it create that bitterness in you, but letting it fortify your own energetic resolve and doing better. Like, this is how we energetically heal, because it's not the space by which we match energy and say, you get this because you deserve it. Like, that serves you right. But the energy that says, I continue in my own integrity despite the experiences that happened that felt like they were beneath my own energetic standards. So I feel like allow yourself to continue to work through that. And it's okay. I keep wondering, it's okay if hard feelings come up, because it's not the observation of a hard feeling coming up, but understanding why something hurt us often helps us better understand our own energetic standards that we're maintaining as we proceed forward. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is, I'm going to just take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. If you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for. All right. If it was Ava, yeah, it was Ava. She had her question ready to go. And I need to point this out. Like, did you see? I think it's really telling how before the question came out, right? Like that nine of pentacles in its reversal, like sprang out of the deck, which is the conversation of saying, like, how do I work through something that energetically really bothers me, right? Like it's working through that, like that anomaly. Spirit was like, we hear you, girl. Exactly. Yes, I meant the frog. Nice, Haley. Just guessing my dream. Yep. Thank you for those little ghosties, Ava. Oh, is it beautiful for that walk, Grace? I'm so glad to hear it. Thank you as well, Wushu. Beautiful, exactly. Thank you. Wow, what a level of maturity I truly strive for. Continue to do that. You're so welcome, Ava. And Kimberly, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Great time to get on the list. And while we wait for Hannah's question, you got these cards are like flying out of the deck. We'll keep that one. Let's do another intuition check. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The hair. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right. I'm last. I'm just a baby. All right, where were we? I'm going to pin you up here, Hannah. Guys, make sure to give Hannah a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. Thank you. And 2 more, please. And let's get that dream out. Dream, is this outside tea, Hannah? I haven't been able, okay, outside tea, perfect. One moment. Got you. I only have fragments of these dreams that were back to back in the same night. I dreamed I lived in these high rise apartments, but I was walking around on the street and I don't know why. Also, my boyfriend in the dream kept cheating on me. Then I had a dream that I was taking my son to school and I was worried about him. So I walked him to his class and my mom was there too. This kind of merged into it. I was in school, or if he was. I dreamt that I was in school and I was like going back to school again. And I was as really worried about what I was wearing for some reason. And I was older, maybe in high school. We were playing a guessing game about what brands each kid was wearing. Then two girls went up and were plus size, and I was so happy because I knew the brands they could fit into, and no one else probably did. And then the teacher was throwing a party of some sort, and there were all of these snacks. But then we found out there were bad people in the building. My mom was trying to call me, and the nurse said I could go to the office because my mom was calling for me, but there was an officer in our room guarding it, so I couldn't leave. Okay. Mm. Oh, wow. So it's really interesting because the dream itself, it feels to me like the dream is helping, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to be seeing dreams like this right now, given this retrograde cycle, which is often the space of our dreams helps us to work through our energetic anxieties. And I feel like what's interesting in the space of this dream um, has to do, and it's interesting too that I mentioned prior to this in the last reading, the fact that we can identify harmony in the context of recognizing others that share the same manifestation goals as us, because I feel like there's something significant that is occurring right now in this dream that's helping you heal or resolve from experiences of past betrayals. The first part is working through the identification point that you described, that you were living in high rise apartments, but you found yourself walking on the street and you said you didn't know why, but also that your boyfriend in the dream was cheating on you. That is the amplification of working through a relationship where you can't enjoy the relationship because of the fear of someone that is not being authentic or embodying the manifestation goal. And so we always articulate and we recognize that apartments often deal with the space of our soul. Like when we see houses in dreams, they help us to understand and recognize what it is that we are trying to build with each other. And so it's the conversation of talking about how integral the first part of the dream is, the guide showing you how integral and important it is to build into a relationship, not only with someone that articulates that they want the same things as you do, but also has earned your trust. Because when we don't have that, when we don't have trust, it doesn't matter what we say we want because we never believe anything that we say. It is the allegory of the idea of having a high rise apartment, but instead of being able to enjoy it, you are prowling the streets Why are you prowling the streets? Because you can't trust the person you live in the high rise with, right? It's requiring you to have to walk the beat, if you will, to protect something instead of being able to enjoy it. It's the sense of being constantly on guard, constantly looking out to catch someone, rather than being able to be in the space of being able to fully trust someone. So this is effectively the guides giving you this first perspective to say this is why it's so important that we are able not just to be honest, but also that we're in our integrity as it relates to the things that we say we want. You can't have it both ways. You can't have someone saying that you have a relationship, a beautiful relationship, but they're constantly cheating on you, because it's like it's the falsehood of saying, yeah, I've got a high rise, but I can't live in it because I'm out here on the street all the time, making sure that I still have it, right? It's like the relationship that requires you to be constantly on guard and catching someone instead of being able to fully trust someone. We then bring this into the context of how it potentially relates to the connection between you and your child, because you said you were dreamt that you were taking your son to school. Now you have to understand that when we see schools often in the space of dream, we're talking about spiritual schools. So this could be the fact that you feel like you're currently teaching your son the value and the importance and the significance of acting upon integrity, right? And integrity is difficult, but this is why it's so important, because they're saying that you have experienced this. You, when we are in our integrity, we don't say things to appease others. We tell them the hard truth, right? That's why integrity is integrity. It's not easy, but it's this is why. So I feel like the guides are effectively giving you this allegory to help you as you're continuing to teach your own son the importance of integrity, right? The words that match the action because of your personal experience, having been energetically betrayed. Then you said you were worried about him. So you walked him to his class, and your mom was there too. So this is the articulation of effectively trying to guide the masculine energy in a way that you're helping them understand the significance and value of integrity. And you potentially feel that you're not just doing that alone, that you may have energy that's on your side that is also trying to amplify and articulate that journey. And then you said that the dream itself merged into you being in the school, which is now getting to the work that we see that is helping you recognize and identify where some of these wounds began, because the dream itself is actually helping you through an abandonment wound. So now we see why there's the relationality to why it's important to work through your own personal abandonment wound as you're doing this work and teaching your son the value and import of integrity. And a lot of it has to do with your experiences from the past. Now, what did we see in the past experience? You said that you were in school and you were really worried about what you were wearing for some reason. And you said that you were older, maybe in high school. You said that you guys were playing a guessing game on which brands each kid was wearing. And this is, again, you're answering your own questions. Why were you being so hyper focused about your appearances? Because you recognize that as you get older, others judge you for what you are wearing. You then said that there were two girls that came up. They were potentially plus size. And you said you were happy because you knew the brands they could fit into and nobody else did. Now, this is talking towards, and I think that this is the important thing in the aspect of this dream, right? This is the articulation of working through the understanding that others, that as we get older, others start to judge us for our choices. But some of those choices are not ours to make. Some are just conditional for the experience that we find ourselves in. This is the lesson that you're trying to teach your son, right? not to cast judgment on others because you don't know the situations that they're experiencing, that often the difference between entitlement, right? And this is you're potentially maybe trying to teach your son the importance of entitlement. The problem of entitlement is thinking that another person makes a choice when they have no choice. So again, this is almost the guides showing you the context of helping another understand why we are not judgmental of others. Because when we are judgmental of others, we are applying entitlement because we look at their decisions as choices instead of necessities. This brings us to the fact that you then said that the teacher was throwing a party of some sort and had all these snacks. So this could potentially be like, and again, you articulated the fact that if there was a teacher that was celebrating, this could be like the cosmic school and the guide saying they're proud of you for trying to do that work. If you're trying to articulate to another the difference between entitlement and necessity. But then you said there were bad people in the building. And you said that your mom was trying to call the nurse and said you could go to the office because your mom was calling for you, but there was an officer guarding the room, so I couldn't leave. So this is almost working upon, this is feeling like the difficulty of working on within the context of a society that potentially feels like it wants to create that feeling of energetic division, right? It almost feels like you're trying to teach a hard energetic lesson when you feel like the full force of a lot of the things around you is trying, like I keep on hearing, like trying to teach like the opposite lesson, right? Like the energy that says you need this in order to be cool, or you like, you know what I mean? So this is like, it's almost showing you like how hard it is to teach something like that when it feels like everything against you is working in the opposite direction. So I feel like, again, the guides are effectively bringing this forth to you to help you see like how important the work that you're doing right now may be in terms of how you're helping another person understand their own energetic position, while at the same time, like helping you through your own energetic fears and frustrations, often like recognizing and identifying, like I keep on hearing like, I keep wondering like the space of like the you like I keep wondering like and that's the thing, like the inevitability of youth that often wants to be cool instead of kind is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck on this, we've got here the seven of wands, right? So often it's hard because it's like I feel like the context of the dream is almost articulating to you, like it's helping you feel like the full energetic breath of what it like of what one is experiencing, right? In order to help you, like as you navigate those energetic lessons, right? So it's almost like the guides showing you. Like I feel like the energy of the dream is almost saying like, this is why we're proud of you. And this is why you may feel frustrated in that space. And it's almost the space of saying like your frustration is valid because it's like the validation of frustration in like in working through, I keep on saying like working through the space that feels like I keep on hearing like integrity. I keep on hearing integrity isn't about being nice all the time, right? It's not just going, and that's why that we say integrity isn't about being nice all the time, because if everyone is doing something that is cruel and you just want to energetically fit in, right? Like if you're nice, then you're a part of the energetic cruelty, right? So I almost see like that is the work that you may be helping another person or like understand, like how hard it is to like the difference between fitting in and standing out is often being the voice of energetic reason. So I keep on seeing like there's something about that that is almost showing you like how important that is, but also how difficult it can sometimes be. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Hannah. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we are reading for today is, we've got Nikki. Nikki, hold on, I'm going to take a minute to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. If you would like to get on the list right now, now is a perfect time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. And I'm just going to take a moment to catch up on some of these comments. Boop, boop, boop. More gems. Thank you, Wushu. Blackbird, I love it. Lots of swords. Yep. And Ree, thank you for sharing the live. And Dia, thank you for the follow. That's how I feel. You're so welcome, Hannah. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nikki. And Nikki, let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question. And while we wait for Nikki, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here to count back from 10. And when we reach 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The cat. All right. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. Nikki, are we doing a general or do you have a specific question? Also, guys, we're at 75K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. I think, oh, she's writing out her dream right now. Okay, that's good to know. If anybody wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. And while we wait for Nikki's question, let's get started on 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen and you'll be eligible for a reading. And if you are a subscriber and would like an animal spirit guide card, make sure that you're also recharging or re-upping your heart me's, and that will also get you an additional card. Highest priority for Bridget, please. And thank you. Bridget gets 2 cards today. Wow, those are intense. I feel like I think it has more to do with like working through that energetic anxiety that we were talking about earlier. And I think it's interesting because like I feel like I keep on hearing working through the fear should be like recalibrated, but the fact that you're here is what I keep on seeing. Like the observation of recognizing and understanding your own energetic presence, you know? I feel like this is like, I keep on hearing, it's like the argumentation point, if you will, between like the past life that said, right, I keep on seeing like, we're not coming, like, we're not doing this anymore. But then you arriving and being like you giving yourself permission to like understand and reawaken to something that you like work towards reaching a closure point in the past life on. Bottom of the deck, like I said, like eight of Pentacles. You know, I keep on hearing there's something, I think there's something really important to be said. It's like I keep on, you know, it's so funny too, because there's an Uno reverse moment that's happening right now. And it's so funny because you're the one who's always saying Uno reverse, which is like, I keep on hearing, like you said, like, what good is it going to do? And I almost feel like the earth is saying back to you, like, you know, when it's funny because like you saying what's good before when I did the reading and you said, what good is it's going to do? The earth energetically responded and said, it's nice to have someone to talk to. But I also feel like it's helpful to your healing journey because your reactivity point and saying like, I can't do something just for the sake of finding joy in it. It has to have an energetic result. Like, I almost feel like it was also like the earth saying to you, it's good to have someone to talk to. It doesn't necessarily need, it doesn't need to necessarily do good. It brings bliss. And bliss is something, isn't it? Is what I keep on seeing, right? It's the context by which you can do it because, like, I keep on hearing the fact that it makes you feel healed is enough of an energetic reason as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. Animal Spirit Guide card. Yeah, the sow, right? Like, it's, I keep on hearing it's symbiotic. It's symbiotic. It's symbiotic like that is what I keep on getting with the sow. Thank you so much, dear. All right, where are we? Next person I'm reading. I know, dear. We all are. We all share that energy. Hold on a minute. Haley, one card, spirit led, please. We've got the world card here. And I feel like there's something important with that world card because I feel like I see like you're taking new approaches to old problems right now. You know, like you're looking, I feel like you're looking at something and you're taking like you're thinking about the broader perspective. And I feel like I think that there's something really important in relationality to like the way you frame that energetic question that we answered before, which is like the observation that like says it's like not why is this happening, what can I do, right? So I feel like continuing to do that work, like being energetically patient with yourself, giving yourself that compassion. I keep on hearing it starts with you and it spreads from it, like, and it grows from there. Bottom of the deck, especially with the King of Pentacles in its reversal, I feel like there's I keep on hearing like remember you're like you're not energetically alone in that way. You know, I feel like there's a lot of that work that I see that you're healing from in the past of potentially someone like not showing up to you. And I feel like that is the observation where something changes, where instead you say, like, why wasn't someone showing up for me? Saying, why was I allowing myself to stay in a space where someone wasn't showing up for me? Right? Like the observation of allowing the context of healing, not based on why someone isn't showing up for us, but why we were trusting our energetic observations onto it. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah, especially with the earth dragon, right? Like the ability, I keep on hearing like when we're working through warrior lessons, we don't I keep on hearing we don't try to change others' energy. We allow someone the opportunity to make the fortifying choice. And then we accept the experience that we find them in, right? It's like I feel like you're doing a lot of work in terms of building that sense of grounding right now. So continue to do so. One card, Ava, on Divine Counterpart, please. You got two cards coming out, Ava. I keep on hearing your divine counterparts making better choices right now. You know, I feel like I see someone who is being much more energetically intentional. And I feel like I see someone in the space where they're not trying to change something about themselves they feel like they can't change, but they're working on accepting it. And I keep on hearing when we accept something about ourselves, we open our possibilities of what's available within that context. So I almost see, like, I literally see a situation where, like, I feel like somebody surrendered and said, like, that's it. And then and now they're flourishing. It's like that's it. I like it's like I keep on hearing like I give up, and then like everything energetically begins because they stopped trying to control something that was out of their space of control, and they found themselves within it. Bottom of the deck, King of Pentacles again, right? Like that's again like it's a lot of that energetic pathwork of surrender. Sometimes becoming strong is not trying to be something that we're not. It's accepting who we are and finding strength within it. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, the bull, right? I feel like that's what I see like in relationality to someone like, and I think it's interesting too, because this bull is turning their back from things. So I feel like they're turning their back from things. Like it's like the energetic warrior that doesn't try to face something and overcome it. It's like they're choosing their battles more carefully and becoming stronger in that context. One card on pew pewing again in my dream last night. Ooh. It's saying to me, like, I feel like you trust you have a hard time second guessing yourself. Like you keep second guessing your intuition. And so I feel like the context by which you keep on having that space by which I would be very conscientious if when you are pew-pewing in your dream, if you are hitting your targets, because the space by which, like, I feel like the last time I read for you in the dream space, they're like, you're a sure shot. Like you're a sharpshooter. Like if they're saying you're a sharpshooter, which is the space by which you see something, like you see something clearly. Like you can't unsee. Like we get frustrated sometimes, not because we're doing something wrong, because we see through someone too easily. You need someone who's energetically authentic, who appreciates the fact that you're a sure shot. Yeah, there you go. Star energy, right? If you're doubting yourself, right? Like there are some things we heal from when we recognize that we were too strong to be there, right? Like there are some things we heal from because we understand that strength in some connections is considered like a negative, not a positive. And so I keep on seeing, like, it feels to me like the fact that, like, the guides keep showing you that in, like, the context of shooting is saying to me, like, that's you embracing the energetic connection that values your strength and doesn't see it as a failing, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right. Adder energy. I feel like there's a lot of work you're doing right now in building energetic alignment. And I keep on hearing the guides say a healthy relationship isn't going to say, look what you did, you're too strong, you broke it. It's like, you know, like the energy that doesn't say you're too strong. You see, if you'd just been a little bit more weak, but no, you had to be strong. I feel like there's almost some energy that was like trying to articulate to you that you weren't being vulnerable enough. But I keep on hearing vulnerability is not demanded, it's earned. We earn trust. We don't demand it. So I feel like there's a lot of that energy, like you trying to find energetic counterpart that's in alignment to you, that's as strong as you. One card, highest priority for Oracle Erica, please. We've got the King of Pentacles in its reversal. So I feel like there's I feel like I keep on hearing we have to be consistent in relationality to what we ask for. It's not, I keep on hearing it's not enough to operate in the context of the moment, but being secure in our decisions, right? Because what happens, right, when we are too fickle in our decisions, we start to lose trust in each other because we honor our choices by not getting upset by the fact that we made them, right? So I feel like another, like, working through the context of talking to another about the not just making a choice, but how we honor our choices by not having there be consequences attached to the fact that we wish that we hadn't made a choice, is how we make sure that we protect each other in counterpart connection. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with like Eight of Wands in its reversal. We never want to create a situation, because when we don't, we create a situation where it feels like another person is dancing on eggshells, which is the inability to trust that a yes now is going to be a yes later, right? We create sure footing in relationship by being consistent in our energetic decisions, because when we're too fickle, we're dancing on eggshells. Animal spirit guide. Yep, a lot of the stag energy, right? That is a continuation of that. It's not just enough to make a decision, but to be able to be energetically stable and secure in our decision is how we honor our energetic choices and how we build trust in one another. Thank you so much, Oracle Erica. Like, in an empowering way. I know I like video games of the cow. Yeah, that's what I keep on seeing. Like, I keep on hearing that is like the space by which, like, it's giving me a lot of like that space of saying that a good relationship is someone who's going to say, like, wow, like you are a sure shot, versus someone being like, what, like you know, like the energy that is like I keep wondering the energy that's afraid of that is looking for someone that's not like some relationships you're like you can say like I see things too clearly. I can't be in this relationship because there's an authenticity there. You know what I mean? Like that's what I like. I mean, like that's what I mean. Like I keep on hearing just like it would almost be like having to be in a situation where you're pretending that you can't shoot. Is what I keep on hearing. Like you're like, oh look, I missed. Oh look, I missed. Is what I keep on hearing. Ruby, I got you, dear. 1 second. One card on ooh, on their feeling after reaching out. I feel valid. You know? I see like I see someone that like goes through like some kind of energetic like I feel like I see someone very energetically conflicted is all I keep on seeing. But I feel like there's almost some kind of sense of like uncertainty and relationality to what another person is looking for. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with like this is like the combination between a 10 of pentacles and an 8 of wands and its reversal because talk towards a lack of direction or feeling like kind of like energetically lost to a certain extent. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah. Like dog energy is giving me a little bit of like tell me what to do, but I keep on hearing when we care about each other, we don't tell each other what to do. We come to each other confident in what we want. Is what I keep on seeing. It's giving me a little bit of this like, are you there kind of energy, you know? You're welcome, Bridget. V, one card, highest priority, please. I got you. Two cards coming out, V. Make sure that you're not overextending yourself in relationality to just don't like I keep on hearing don't don't worry about missing opportunities. Just focus. I keep on saying stay focused on the manifestation goals. Um, like I keep on hearing, if you feel like there's too many opportunities coming towards you, that's a blessing. I want you to like always remember, like that is a blessing. You shouldn't be getting hard on yourself, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with 6 of cups in its reversal, right? Healthy energy honors your limitations. They don't hold those limitations against you, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like if you feel like you're over, I keep wondering if you feel like you are like overwhelmed and you're articulating to someone that you need to step back from something. I keep on seeing energy that's supportive says, what can I do? Not how dare you. Thank you, V. Hi, Nikki. Okay, it's okay. You're back. Okay, it's on the disc. The Earth Dragon. I know, I agree. The Earth Dragon is a beautiful card. You're welcome, Haley. Yep, appreciate you as well. I'm doing the same work right now. I'm so glad to hear that, Ava. Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. You know, it's interesting because every time I read on this energetic connection, like it's a lot of like it's a lot of stop start, you know? Like it's a lot of energy that feels like it's productive and then it pulls back. Like I almost like I'm trying to read on this connection like overall. Like it feels like someone that like second guesses themselves a lot because it's the observation of potentially knowing, like understanding and knowing what one needs to do in order to heal something, but yet being energetically resistant in making those choices because there's a fear of missing out. You know, it's giving me the same like it's giving me the same message that says like our fear of missing out makes us miss everything because we're worried, like we're so worried about opportunities that we leave ourselves closed off to possibility. Yeah, especially with the fox energy, you know? Like I see someone like almost like very much like working in the context of trying to um I keep on hearing like being too focused on the present without a clear direction of where we're going will sometimes um you know like it'll have us running in circles because it's like just as we start to get somewhere, like we see some kind of other possibility. I keep on hearing like it's not the space by which we don't look at relationship as like an energetic trap. We look at something that we move towards with intention. Thank you, Chrissy. Oh my God, I resonated with that so much. I do feel like I'm embracing the strength of character rather than I was definitely shooting my targets accurately. It felt amazing to hit exactly what I had scoped. Thank you for confirmation, Alexandra. Thank you as well, Oracle Erica. When I was young, my mom and her friends said, good luck finding a man that likes a strong character. But that's what I keep on, like, especially with that adder energy, it's out there, right? But I keep on hearing you can't change someone to like that. You just have to observe if they're in that modality. It's like you're like, again, it's giving me a lot of Queen of Wands. Like if you're a specialty, you're not for everybody. Hi there, Minnie. One card, highest priority on what to focus on for the next week. I feel like this is saying like just working through the retrograde in a way that feels like it's productive. Don't operate in the realm of like hard feelings. Like I keep on seeing just like be energetically practical is what I keep on getting. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially like I keep on hearing don't make assumptions on things right now. I keep on hearing give someone the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt. Like just I keep on hearing like have the day you're having instead of the day that you're expecting to allow for some kind of productivity to emerge. Animal spirit guide for Minnie, please. Yeah, especially with the cow, right? Like always patient, never waiting. Like not letting another person's fickleness bother you. Just like continuing forward unabated is what I keep on getting. Interesting. I feel like it's because I always say I won't get in the way of his choices. But that's what I keep on seeing. Like you're potentially like the healthiest person they've ever met because I feel like they're very used to like energy giving them like I keep on seeing that like often energy that like honors our choices. Someone's like, "Oh, why don't you care?" Being like, "I care about you more than anyone you've ever met because I'm not trying to control you." You know? One card general for Melly, please. Ooh, we got that like man, it's a vibe right now. It's a retrograde. Listen, don't get in arguments that don't make sense. You can close listen, you can close out bottom of the deck. That doesn't make any sense. Allow the context by which if someone is being ridiculous, don't get in a ridiculous argument with them. Just point out why what they're saying doesn't it makes no logical sense. Is what I keep on saying. If a conversation has departed logic, you don't need to give it more energy. Is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. That's an interesting opinion. Is a good way to close out a conversation. That is an interesting opinion, right? Like it's the like being like that's okay. You know what I mean? Like it's you know like I feel like having a moment where you don't argue but like bringing an inquiry to point, when you don't have to react to everything, just the observation of what another person said, like let that be the finalitude to a certain extent. All right. Hannah, one card, highest priority, please. um if you can articulate what it is that you want in an energetic connection, it's not too much to ask. It's reciprocal. It's not needy. If it's a stable need, that's a standard. Bottom of the deck, yeah. The sound of you holding your standards is walking away from anything that does not meet them. Bottom of the deck, yeah, the wolf, right? Like it's embodying the space of understanding and honoring ourselves, that we find those that are in alignment to us, right? We don't try to change another's opinion. We allow those opinion we allow their position to inform our direction. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Queen of Wands card, definitely inspiring. Yep, absolutely, Alexandra. You're so welcome, Minnie. Thank you for confirmation, Ruby. Sending you so much support, Ruby. And Minnie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right, let's get to that dream. And again, if anybody else wants to get on the list for today for a full reading, the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. Is this inside tea, Nikki, or outside tea? Hi there. How are you doing today, Shuli and Little Bit? I'm doing well, dear. And Little Bit, we were just, okay. I believe Lily, a little bit, you're a subscriber. We're doing one cards. If you would like a one card reading, just put your question in the comments. Outside tea on Nikki's dream. All right. I was already terrified. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to repeat. There's two different posts. I got to get the whole thing. Okay. Dream fragment. I love the fact that you're titling the dreams now. Okay. A dream fragment. The climb to the room. I was with two random girls and we were trying to get to our apartment or hotel room, but the way to get there kept getting more complicated. At first, the entrance was easy to find, but then it became hidden. We had to go through bars and shops around the backs of buildings, and the route kept changing. I remember doing it multiple times. I also had to cross busy streets and jaywalk a lot, which felt chaotic and stood out to me. It wasn't scary, but it was annoying. The part that really stood out was this huge ladder we had to climb to get to the next level. I was actually terrified of it. It was outside and led up to the rooftop, but it was really tall and daunting. Also, the two girls went ahead of me up the ladder, and I remember thinking, can one of you please go behind me? Rude, but I remember trying to climb it more than once, but my limbs weren't working properly, like I was injured or disabled or something. I couldn't use my limbs well. I didn't have normal control over them, more floaty than grounded in a sense. That's what made it so scary. I was afraid I was going to fall off. When I finally got to the top, I asked for help and they helped pull me up. But I had two jackets with me, and one of them got dropped by the other girl. I was already terrified just being up there, so the idea of going back down to get it made me so mad. I thought, you be. It was already hard enough to get up here. Now I have to go back down. And I remember looking off the edge like, oh God, now I got to do this again or climb down. The jackets felt important to me in the dream, but I don't feel any real life attachment to them. One was black, fluffy one that reminded me of a Zara jacket, and the other was a motorcycle style racing bomber. The motorcycle one was black and red, and I've always wanted one, but other than that, I don't know what the significance is. Unsure if I bought them earlier in the dream or had brought them with me, but I think I woke up at that point. I don't remember further. Can I please get 4 cards for Nikki on the stream? Mm. Oh, wow. Um, It's interesting because it's a guided dream about, um, I keep on hearing it's a guided dream in relationality to the difficulty of friendship as we mature, is what I keep on seeing. Um, and I feel like the first thing that you described is you said that you were with these two random girls, right? And you said that you were trying to get to your apartment or your hotel room. Um, but the way that you weren't supposed to get there kept getting more complicated, right? And so, you know, you said that first the entrance was easy to find, but then it became hidden. And this could effectively articulate and identify how it feels to try to energetically connect with another person, as we grow or as we energetically evolve. And I think it's also interesting that you talked about the fact that you could not tell if where you are staying was an apartment or a hotel room, because it's effectively, remember how we talked about the fact that the spaces that we find in dreams talk about the place that we occupy for each other. So this is working through the space of looking towards others and making the determination as to whether they are, I want to say, the difference between, um, how do I describe this best? The difference between acquaintances and true friends, right? So the difference between an apartment or a hotel room, someone that we know on the surface level versus someone that we build a more intimate connection with, as it were. And you said it used to be really easy, but now it's gotten more complicated. So this is the space by which you may be identifying that when you were younger, it felt a lot easier to build an authentic connection with someone. But now, as you get older, it feels more perilous, right? You said that you had to go through bars and shops and around the backs of buildings, and that the route kept changing, and that you had to do it multiple times. So this could potentially be like those modalities or moments that we're trying to build relationship with another, but we often feel confounded as it relates to building into that energetic integrity point with another. Now, and again, what's interesting is the way that the guides are presenting this is they're saying, like, I like to point out that the guides often will show us a circumstance and then they'll show us the reason why. Like, it's almost like the first part of the dream is the question, and the second part of the dream is the answer. So the question that you're almost bringing to your guides in the space of dreams is, why is it so hard to build energetic connections now? And the guides, in response to that, show you the circumstances or situations that it feels like you're working through in relationality to those energetic connections. And you described it as a huge ladder that you had to climb to be able to get to the next level. So, this is the space by which we understand that when we start to build into the context of intimacy, we start to reveal more and more of ourselves, right? We become more and more energetically vulnerable as we build an authentic connection. And you are terrified of that. So it's like working through the intimacy wound of potentially having been hurt before when you were doing that work and trying to climb the ladder and becoming more vulnerable with another person. You said it was outside and it led up to the rooftop, but it was tall and daunting. And then you said that in the context of that, there were two girls that went ahead of you up the ladder. And you remember thinking, can one of you please go behind me? So these are starting to talk about the anxiety points that you may have as it relates to building an authentic connection. First and foremost, the energy that potentially doesn't build a healthy relationship with you based on just being in presence with you, right? But almost sees you as an energetic ladder, right? They don't put a concern about your person there. They just look to you in terms of what they can get from you, right? So this could be working through some anxiety as it relates to inauthentic relationships where someone isn't being authentic as to why they're with you, but are looking towards being with you because they feel like they'll energetically get you somewhere. Further, we saw the fact that you identified that it felt like your limbs weren't working properly, right? That space of feeling injured or disabled. And this is the amplification point further of working through something and feeling that sense of weakness, like needing a little bit of energetic help with something. So this could be the articulation point of having experiences or wounds in the past where you may have felt like you may have saw the dissolution of a friendship where everything was fine so long as you were energetically going places, but the minute that you started talking about your vulnerabilities, right, the energy departed, because that can often feel like that space that almost feels like the sadness that we hold when we recognize a relationship that doesn't leave room for our wounds, but is only the amplification of serving another person's interests. So we see even now that for a lot of the energy working through that ability of doing so, like I feel like this is you like potentially healing from experiences where you may have felt that occurred, but also the anxiety of never necessarily knowing the intention that another person comes towards us, right? And you said that it took extra effort for you to be able to climb the ladder. So this is talking about how far you've come on your own healing journey. So the anxiety of potentially making all of this progress to heal, to do something that's taken a lot of effort, and then instead of being a space where another person either helps you through it, right, or celebrates the fact that you were able to do that for yourself, what did it feel like they did? You almost articulated the feeling that they dropped one of your jackets and you couldn't tell if it was intentional or not. And even the hostility that you felt was the frustration. I keep wondering the hostility that you felt was validated because it wasn't just the fact that the jacket fell, but that they didn't give you any assistance in getting up there in the first place. So it almost felt like it added insult to injury in the space of having to do something where it felt like another person took advantage of you. And then when you did it, they said, oops, right? Like it's giving me a lot of that moment of potentially feeling the anxiety that we have in those that don't feel like they're supportive of our, like those who don't feel like they're energetically supportive of our journey, but almost like create those spaces where like they add further hurdles, right? And so I think that's interesting too, because you articulated upon the two different jackets. And and it's interesting too, because you described the two jackets and you said, hold on a minute. I think I'm trying to recognize, and I think it's really interesting because the thing that you identified was that even in the context of the dream, you did not clarify which jacket the person dropped. And I feel like that is the modality that talks about, and I like to stress this, the jacket is the identification point of the adaptability of an egoic journey, right? There's something to be said in the symbology of the jacket, because those who wear jackets, sometimes there's like a club mentality to jackets. So the space by which another person said, oh, like you're on my side on this, right? Like the ability of potentially feeling like you've lost a relationship because someone was not valuing your opinion on something. But even in the context that you tried to give them a different point of view, they dropped you, right? Because that's the energy that says the relationship where someone isn't looking for a comprehensive point of clarity. They're just looking for someone to validate a wrong opinion, right? Sometimes we lose relationships like that because I like to point out an insecure relationship can't can't appreciate a different opinion will often say you're either with me or against me, which is the space by which, again, you're healing from the wound of someone dropping a jacket and going, oops, right? Because it's like the energy almost says like, oh, if you're not, I don't leave room for that other opinion. Um, I think that the one thing that you identified, you said that again, the identification, and this is the important thing, you identified different jackets there, but the significant point should be that when we're in a healthy relationship, it shouldn't require us to wear an energetic jacket. It shouldn't require us to be in some kind of like energy that would say, yeah, I agree with you. Whatever you want to wear is fine, right? It allows the context of being able to appreciate us depend like for our uniqueness, not feeling oppositional because someone has a different point of view, right? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially, oh my goodness, the Tower card in its reversal. And so this is talking again about the healthy relationship that allows the context of understanding the space by which we celebrate each other's energetic victories, right? I keep on saying like the space by which we hold each other up, but also don't hold any expectations to one another, right? It's like the guides are almost, and I feel like, again, the guides are almost giving you the context of the dream in terms of helping you understand what you're looking for as it relates to a harmonized energetic friendship, which, as I keep on hearing, it hits the right note of, again, supporting you as you energetically climb and then not caring what jacket you wear when you get to the top, right? The space by which the relationship or friendship that celebrates your victories and also honors your uniqueness and values your opinion, even if it feels energetically different from one that they themselves hold. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. It was a pretty dope. It was a pretty dope jacket. I love that, Nikki. I want one even more now. Biker Nikki, exactly. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, because I like to point out, you articulated upon one of the jackets was nice and soft. The other jacket was hard, right? And someone being like, oh, like, you know what I mean? Like the disparity of being like, you can wear both, and someone being like, no, you can't. I don't like that. You know what I mean? Yes, it's the climb. Also, possibly hold on a minute. Yes, one moment. You're so welcome, Minnie. All right. Yep. Also, the significance is I have 2 really close best friends. Oh, thank you for confirming as well. Sarah, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. One of them is married with kids, so we don't see each other a lot. The other's in DC, moving to LA. That's interesting because my other best friend sort of went through some betrayal and we haven't been the same since. I always thought there was a feeling of being taken advantage of, more of a fair weather friend. I've been talking more lately, but I still feel off about it. So I feel like, again, the dream itself is like a dream from the guides to help you contextualize why you feel the way you do about it. They gaslit me. Oh my God, you're right. It's about them. And when I was difficult and I wasn't feeling supported, and difficult was overly emotional. Yes. I started crying once and her BF said I was having a mental breakdown and she didn't stand up for me. That's not okay. That's wild. Oh, sending you support, Nikki. I don't, yeah, and it doesn't, and here's the thing about it, especially in the context of you saying you don't remember which was dropped. It doesn't matter what was dropped. What matters is the fact of someone not being able to experience a space where you can have a different jacket than the one they want you to wear. Yeah, it feels like eggshells. I would never have connected this, but it makes sense since we recently connected again. I distanced myself from her a lot because of the dynamic. It felt unhealthy. I feel like, again, I feel like the guides are effectively giving you the stream to help you contextualize how you energetically feel so that you can kind of like build the relationship into a space that feels like it is empowering instead of that feeling of working through that unresolved pain that you're experiencing from those experiences. And thank you again for sharing that dream with me, Nikki. And again, the list is now open if there's anyone else who would like to claim a reading today. Also, if there's any subscribers who would like a card pulled who have not had a card pulled today, the list is open. We are also at 79.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. Oh my gosh, absolutely, Nikki. Hold on a moment. I didn't realize you didn't get your one card yet. Can I get one card for Nikki, highest priority? I feel like there's something important right now in relationality to, like, I feel like this is you, like, I feel like this is like, here's the thing with this retrograde, like remembering you can honor your choices by understanding the reasons that you're making them. And I keep on hearing like a healthy relationship and conversation is, I keep on hearing the same message that we've been getting during the readings. Honoring feelings isn't about just talking about how we feel all the time, but it's doing that healthy energetic work and understanding why we feel the way we do. So I feel like there's something important right now in relationality to you kind of like giving yourself that gift, because I keep on hearing like it's okay to have feelings upon something so long as you're able to articulate why. I keep on hearing like bottom of the deck. Yeah, feelings, like feelings are not a failure point if you have good reason for feeling strongly about something, is what I keep on seeing. It's like feeling energetically the value in terms of understanding why we do. I keep on hearing it's not too much to have them so long as there's a solid reason. Bottom of the deck, I mean, animal spirit guide for Nikki. Yeah, especially the dog energy, right? I keep on hearing it's like we don't have to like, I keep on hearing like we don't have to suck it up um in relationality to feeling about something, right? Like I keep on hearing like the healthy, like we honor our feelings by being able to understand um that like like the context by which we look at something and we say like, is there something I could be doing better? Like it almost says to me like it's healing from someone who like looking at a situation with like a lack of empathy, is what I keep on seeing. All right, I got you, Grace. One card. Yeah, divine counterpart. No, you didn't miss anything. I see someone who has like a really, really big tendency of like losing track of time, you know? Like this is giving me someone who like tends to have this like wormhole energy of being like they just get like so invested in something that they lose track of other things. So it almost says like you may need to, like, bottom of the deck. Yeah, you may need to talk to someone in relationality to like setting energetic reminders upon things. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me a little bit of this energy of someone who like, like I feel like you can usually, I feel like you can usually tell someone in that point because when you remind them of something, they'll deeply appreciate it. They won't take offense to it because they know that it's like you knowing them so much that they're not gonna like be like, like they're not gonna be reactive to it. They're gonna be like thank you for the reminder is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, animal, like yeah, especially with the swan energy, right? Like the intuition in terms of understanding and giving someone like that little touch point to help them. Like I keep on hearing like we help each other, Like energy that's in that space is always deeply appreciative, because I keep on hearing they don't feel like oppressed by it. They feel energetically liberated because it's somebody like helping them do something in a better way, is what I keep on seeing. Ella, I got you, dear. One card, highest priority 2 for Ella. I feel like there's something important in relationality to being energetically patient on something right now. You know, I feel like I see, I keep on hearing when someone is out of spoons, right? We say, how can I help? Not what are you doing? Right? The observation of, I keep on hearing, like, it's interesting too. I'm like, I would be surprised if we pull like a B energy on this. Yeah, especially with like the 9 of Cups in its reversal, like giving someone the benefit of the doubt until there is no doubt, like the observation of not reading intention to another person's actions, but instead asking questions. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, it's interesting with the Raven, right? Um, I feel like there's almost something that is requiring, um, there's something to be said that sometimes when we go through things, we feel like we're the first person to go through them. And like the ability to help another person relate to our experience is what I keep on seeing, which is like, I keep on hearing it's like it's dwelling in the space of like, um, advice. I keep on hearing insight instead of advice, which is the context by which, um, like you can ask someone and saying, can I offer you something instead of giving it to them, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you. I know, I like that, doggy. You're welcome, Nikki. Thank you as well, Grace. His work, my rabbit hole. Exactly. You're welcome, Grace. Yep, my ear was ringing through that too. You're so welcome, Ella. All right, friends, final call for any of my subscribers who would like a card pulled. As I mentioned, we will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow, because sometimes the app doesn't push out when I've gone live. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you. For anyone who became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel and introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find there in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to that tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, August 13th. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone. And little bit, just wanted to confirm if you wanted a 1 card before we close for today. All right. I hope you have a good day. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.